the life and legacy of George Washington, the father of a nation. In the quiet rolling hills of Western County, Virginia, on February 22nd, 1732, a boy was born who would shape the very foundations of a new world. His name was George Washington, and though he came into the world without fortune or noble blood, his destiny was already woven into the stars. George was the son of Augustine and Mary Ball Washington, members of the Virginia gentry, though not among the wealthiest. When George was just 11, his father died, leaving his education somewhat limited. But what he lacked in formal schooling, he made up for with discipline, ambition, and curiosity. He studied surveying, geometry, and practical subjects, and by age 17, he had become a professional land surveyor, exploring the vast and wild lands of the Virginia frontier. The young man learned to navigate both the landscape and the complex politics of colonial life. The seeds of leadership were planted early. At 20, Washington joined the Virginia militia, and by 22, he was already involved in the French and Indian War, a brutal conflict between Britain and France for control of North America. His first major experience came in 1754 at Fort Necessity, where he led a small force and suffered a humbling defeat. But even in loss, he gained something priceless: a reputation for bravery, determination, and composure under pressure. He later served under British General Braddock in a disastrous campaign near Fort Duquesne, where he emerged as a hero for rallying the troops amid chaos. These early experiences forged a military mind that valued preparation, patience, and strategic thinking. By the war's end, Washington resigned from the militia and returned to Virginia, where a new chapter awaited him. In 1759, George married the wealthy widow Martha Custis, bringing land, wealth, and 2 stepchildren into his life at Mount Vernon, his plantation overlooking the Potomac River. He became a model Virginia gentleman, farming, entertaining, and managing his estates. Though comfortable, Washington remained restless. He was deeply engaged in colonial politics, serving in the Virginia House of Burgesses and observing with growing frustration Britain's treatment of its American colonies. When Parliament imposed new taxes, the Stamp Act, the Townshend Acts, and the Tea Act, Washington joined others in boycotting British goods, aligning himself with the rising tide of resistance. A storm was coming and Washington was ready. In 1775, as conflict erupted at Lexington and Concord, the Continental Congress gathered in Philadelphia to decide how to respond. Washington, tall, dignified, and dressed in his military uniform, was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army. What followed was 8 grueling years of war against the most powerful empire on earth. Washington's leadership held the fledgling army together through early defeats in New York, icy winters at Valley Forge, and scarce resources. But his resilience, unwavering sense of duty, and willingness to listen to his generals eventually turned the tide. With help from France and strategic victories at Trenton, Princeton, and finally Yorktown in 1781, Washington forced the British to surrender. He could have become a king. Instead, he resigned his commission, returning to private life. It was one of the most powerful acts in history, choosing humility over power. In the years after the war, America floundered under the weak Articles of Confederation. Calls grew for a stronger central government, and in 1787, Washington was chosen to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. Though quiet during debates, his very presence gave the gathering legitimacy. When the US Constitution was ratified, there was only one man the people trusted to lead this new experiment in liberty. In 1789, George Washington was unanimously elected the first president of the United States. As president, Washington knew he was setting every precedent. There had been no republic like this before, no roadmap. He established the cabinet, appointed Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and worked to unify a fragile union of former colonies. He oversaw the creation of the Bill of Rights, calmed internal unrest like the Whiskey Rebellion, and navigated foreign affairs with neutrality and caution, refusing to entangle America in European wars. He declined the trappings of monarchy, insisted on being called Mr. President, and stepped down after 2 terms, cementing the principle of peaceful transfer of power. His farewell address warned against political parties and permanent foreign alliances, offering wisdom still studied today. After retiring from the presidency in 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, longing for peace and quiet. But his sense of duty never faded. When war with France loomed in 1798, President John Adams asked Washington to lead the army again. He agreed, though he remained at home. On December 14th, 1799, after falling ill with a severe throat infection, George Washington passed away. The nation mourned its first and greatest leader. Napoleon ordered 10 days of mourning in France. British ships lowered their flags, and across America, bells tolled, candles flickered, and tears fell. George Washington was more than a general, more than a president. He was the embodiment of a nation's ideals. He turned down absolute power, established a republic, and gave the fledgling country the gift of trust in leadership. His honesty, integrity, and sense of duty remain benchmarks for presidents and citizens alike. Monuments, towns, and schools bear his name, and his example still guides the American spirit. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man standing beneath a snowy sky at the Valley Forge, wrapped in a worn coat, looking out at an army that believes in him. Imagine him riding into New York as the war ends, modest and humble, then walking away from power, not clinging to it. Standing beneath the stars of a new flag, unsure of what lies ahead but willing to lead because George Washington believed in the impossible dream of a free republic. And that dream became real. John Adams, the reluctant patriot. On October 30th, 1735, in the modest town of Braintree, Massachusetts, a boy was born, a boy who would help carve a nation from rebellion. His name was John Adams, and while his fame would always be in the shadow of larger-than-life figures, his role in the founding of the United States was no less profound. The son of a farmer and shoemaker, young John grew up with a strong sense of duty, education, and faith. He was a spirited child, sharp-witted and independent. Though he disliked school at first, his brilliant mind eventually led him to Harvard College, where he studied law and fell in love with the power of ideas. John's early ambition was to make his mark on the world, not through war or wealth, but through words and justice. Adams began his career as a lawyer in Boston, where he quickly earned a reputation for integrity and intellect. He stood for what was right, even when it was unpopular. In 1770, when British soldiers fired into a crowd during the Boston Massacre, killing 5 civilians, Adams took on the daunting task of defending the soldiers in court. He believed that every person deserved a fair trial, and though his defense was controversial, he won acquittal for most of the accused. "Facts are stubborn things," he said in court. It was a lesson America would come to learn. But while Adams defended British soldiers in the courtroom, his heart was increasingly drawn to the cause of American independence. As tensions with Britain mounted, Adams became a delegate to the First and Second Continental Congresses, where he emerged as a fiery advocate for separation. He nominated George Washington to lead the Continental Army, argued tirelessly for rebellion, and eventually played a central role in drafting and securing passage of the Declaration of Independence in 1776. While Thomas Jefferson was chosen to write the document, it was Adams who championed it, defending its principles with relentless passion. The 2nd day of July, 1776, will be the most memorable epoch in the history of America, he predicted, not knowing that the signing on the 4th would become the celebrated date. In truth, John Adams was the engine of independence. After the Revolution began, Adams was sent across the Atlantic as a diplomat, braving storms and war to build alliances and secure peace. He negotiated with France, the Dutch Republic, and finally helped draft the Treaty of Paris, which ended the war in 1783. Through bitter winters, hostile politics, and lonely months away from his beloved wife Abigail, Adams remained steadfast. His letters to Abigail, written with love, wit, and longing, are among the most beautiful and revealing correspondences in American history. Together, they were equals, partners in a nation's birth. When the new U.S. government was formed under the Constitution, Adams was elected as America's first vice president, serving under George Washington from 1789 to 1797. Though the role offered little influence, Adams famously described it as the most insignificant office that ever the invention of man contrived. He remained loyal to the young republic, presiding over the Senate and observing the fledgling government's formation. It was a time of ideological rifts, with emerging political factions led by Hamiltonian Federalists and Jeffersonian Republicans. Adams, a Federalist, believed in strong central government and feared the rise of populism and mob rule. In 1796, Adams became the 2nd President of the United States, narrowly defeating his friend-turned-rival Thomas Jefferson, who became Vice President under the old electoral system. His presidency was marked by tension and turmoil, the quasi-war with France, a naval conflict born from diplomatic breakdowns, the Alien and Sedition Acts passed under his administration, which were criticized as oppressive and un-American. Despite the strife, Adams made perhaps his most important decision in 1800. He refused to go to war with France, even under immense pressure from his own party. He chose peace over popularity. It cost him re-election, but history would prove him right. In 1800, Adams lost the presidency to Thomas Jefferson, marking the first peaceful transfer of power between political rivals in American history. It was a remarkable moment for a young republic. Adams left Washington quietly, returning to his farm in Quincy, Massachusetts. His final years were spent in reflection, reading, writing, and cherishing time with his family. He and Jefferson eventually rekindled their friendship, exchanging a famous series of letters that discussed philosophy, politics, and their shared history. Two giants of the Revolution, once bitter enemies, became wise old friends. On July 4th, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, John Adams lay dying. His final words were said to be, "Thomas Jefferson survives." Unbeknownst to him, Jefferson had died just hours earlier. The two revolutionaries, born in opposition but united in purpose, had departed on the very birthday of their nation. It was as if fate had woven poetry into history. John Adams never courted fame. He was prickly, proud, and often misunderstood, but he was also brilliant, principled, and indispensable. He was the architect of independence, the conscience of the revolution, and a relentless voice for law, reason, and republican values. He understood the dangers of unchecked power and the fragility of liberty. His love for Abigail, his family, and his country shines through the ages. Today we remember him not for glory or charisma, but for his unyielding devotion to the idea of America. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man at his desk, candle flickering, pen scratching on parchment. He is writing to his wife, or drafting a defense of liberty, or wrestling with the burdens of a fragile nation. He is not seeking praise. He is doing what must be done, because John Adams believed that honor was worth more than popularity. A new nation found its voice. Thomas Jefferson, the penman of liberty. In the gentle hills of Shadwell, Virginia, on April 13th, 1743, a boy was born who would write the most powerful words in American history. His name was Thomas Jefferson, and from the moment he could read, he consumed the world. Raised on a plantation by his father, Peter Jefferson, a surveyor and planter, and his mother, Jane Randolph, from one of Virginia's most prominent families, young Thomas grew up surrounded by books, forests, and ideas. His father died when he was just 14, but he left behind a world of learning. Jefferson would become a Renaissance man, a thinker, writer, inventor, architect, musician, and farmer. He was quiet, but his mind blazed like fire. Jefferson attended the College of William and Mary, studying Latin, Greek, philosophy, and law. He was shaped by the Enlightenment, a belief in reason, science, and the perfectibility of man. By his early 20s, he was practicing law and serving in the Virginia House of Burgesses, where his belief in liberty and limited government took root. He admired John Locke, studied Newton, and filled his library with volumes on government, architecture, and agriculture. But it was not until the 1770s that Jefferson would truly begin to shape a nation. In 1776, as the colonies inched toward full rebellion, the Continental Congress appointed a committee to draft a Declaration of Independence from Britain. Jefferson, the youngest member, was chosen to write it. And so, in a rented room in Philadelphia, with a feather quill and a heart full of conviction, Jefferson penned these immortal words: "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." The Declaration of Independence was adopted on July 4th, 1776, and the world changed. Jefferson had given voice to a revolution. After independence, Jefferson served as governor of Virginia, guiding the state through the chaos of war. He faced criticism for his handling of British invasions, but his dedication to public education, law reform, and religious freedom left a lasting mark. He then served as minister to France, following in Benjamin Franklin's footsteps. There he observed the early tremors of the French Revolution empathizing with the ideals but fearing its violent extremes. During these years, tragedy struck. His beloved wife, Martha Wales Skelton Jefferson, whom he adored, died in 1782. Jefferson was devastated. He promised her he would never remarry and kept her memory alive in every part of his home. Returning to the US, Jefferson was appointed Secretary of State under President George Washington. But clashes with Alexander Hamilton, his Federalist rival, soon defined his role. Jefferson led the Democratic Republicans, advocating for agrarian democracy over industrial capitalism, states' rights over centralized power, and liberty over order. He believed the strength of America lay in its farmers, not its bankers. The political divide between Jefferson and Hamilton would shape the future of American parties. After serving as vice president under John Adams, Jefferson ran for president in 1800. The campaign was brutal, filled with mudslinging, rumors, and division. But Jefferson won, after a dramatic tie in the Electoral College and a tense decision by the House of Representatives. His election marked the first peaceful transfer of power between opposing parties in American history. In his inaugural address, he famously said, "We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists." He sought unity and embarked on a presidency of monumental achievements. As president, Jefferson reduced the national debt, cut military spending, and repealed unpopular taxes. But his greatest legacy was the Louisiana Purchase. In 1803, he bought 828,000 square miles of land from France for $15 million, doubling the size of the United States. Though Jefferson had doubts about the constitutionality of the purchase, he believed in a vision of an empire of liberty, a nation of free farmers stretching from sea to shining sea. He also sent Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to explore the new territory, launching one of the most legendary expeditions in American history. Not all of Jefferson's presidency was triumph. His second term was marred by tensions with Britain and France, whose naval conflicts disrupted American trade. Jefferson responded with the Embargo Act of 1807, halting U.S. exports. The act backfired, damaging American commerce and earning widespread criticism. In 1809, he retired to Monticello, his beloved Virginia estate. There he designed buildings, experimented with crops, and corresponded with friends and rivals alike. He also founded the University of Virginia, calling it the hobby of my old age. He believed education was the safeguard of democracy. In his final years, Jefferson rekindled a remarkable friendship with John Adams, his old rival. Their letters are a treasure trove of philosophical reflection, humour, and love for their country. On July 4th, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, Jefferson passed away at Monticello. A few hours later, so did John Adams. Two giants of the Revolution, gone on the same day, as if the heavens honoured their lifelong service. Jefferson's life was filled with contradictions. He wrote, "All men are created equal, yet owned enslaved people, including Sally Hemings, with whom he likely had several children. He dreamed of liberty, yet lived in a system of bondage." Today, we remember Jefferson as both a visionary and a flawed man, whose pen gave voice to the ideals of a new nation. He designed Monticello, wrote the Declaration, founded a university, and inspired generations. His belief in freedom, education, and democratic ideals still echoes across the globe. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, imagine a candlelit room in Philadelphia, a A quiet man leans over a desk, ink-stained fingers guiding his quill across parchment. He is writing a promise, a bold declaration that people are born free, that government serves the governed, and that the world can be different. Because Thomas Jefferson believed in the power of ideas, the world changed. James Madison, the quiet architect. In the gentle countryside of Port Conway, Virginia, on March 16th, 1751, a baby boy was born who would one day draft the very foundation of a nation. His name was James Madison. Though he was small in stature, barely 5 feet, often frail and soft-spoken, his mind was a towering force. Raised on a tobacco plantation in Orange County, Madison was the eldest of 12 children in a wealthy but grounded family. From a young age he was known for his intense curiosity, devouring books with the appetite of a philosopher. He studied Latin, Greek, history, mathematics, and law, and was drawn to the great thinkers of the Enlightenment. At Princeton University, then the College of New Jersey, he completed a 4-year degree in just 2, driven by his hunger for knowledge. He would become the most bookish, perhaps the most introverted, of all the founding fathers, but never mistake quiet for weak. Madison would go on to design the blueprints of a nation. By the 1770s, the colonies were boiling with unrest. Though Madison was not a fiery speaker or battlefield hero, he believed deeply in liberty and representative government. He served in the Virginia state legislature and befriended Thomas Jefferson, with whom he would share a lifelong bond. In 1780, Madison was elected to the Continental Congress, where he became a champion of strengthening the fragile American government. He saw firsthand how the Articles of Confederation left the new nation weak and fractured. He began dreaming of a system that could balance freedom with unity, state power with federal strength, a system bold enough to last. In 1787, Madison arrived in Philadelphia with a plan. Before the Constitutional Convention even began, he drafted a detailed blueprint, what became known as the Virginia Plan, proposing a government with 3 branches and a system of checks and balances. During the convention, Madison spoke over 150 times, took meticulous notes, and became the intellectual heartbeat of the gathering. Though many men contributed, it was Madison who provided the architecture of the U.S. Constitution. Afterward, he, along with Alexander Hamilton and John Jay, wrote the Federalist Papers, persuasive essays defending the Constitution. Madison's essays, especially Federalist Number 10 and Number 51, are still studied today for their brilliance in explaining democracy. He had helped build a government not of kings or mobs, but of reason and law. Though Madison had once doubted the need for amendments, he listened to critics who feared the Constitution lacked protections for individual liberties. Once in the first Congress, as a representative from Virginia, Madison took the lead in drafting what would become the Bill of Rights. In 1791, 10 amendments were ratified, guaranteeing freedom of speech, religion, the press, and due process. Madison had again proven himself not just an architect, but a guardian of liberty. In 1794, at the age of 43, Madison married Dolly Payne Todd, a vibrant young widow with charm, grace, and social brilliance. Where Madison was reserved, Dolly sparkled. She would become one of the most beloved first ladies in history, hosting salons and political gatherings that softened even the hardest divisions. Together, they were a perfect political partnership. His intellect, her warmth. Madison served as Secretary of State under President Jefferson, helping manage the Louisiana Purchase and defending American shipping rights against British and French interference. But soon, it would be Madison's turn to take the helm. In 1809, James Madison became the fourth President of the United States, leading a nation increasingly caught between European powers. The War of 1812 would define his presidency. Driven by British violations of American sovereignty, impressment of sailors, trade blockades, Madison reluctantly asked Congress to declare war. The war was chaotic, poorly prepared, and controversial. In 1814, British troops invaded Washington, D.C., burning the White House. Dolly famously rescued important documents and a portrait of George Washington before fleeing. But the war ended in 1815 with the Treaty of Ghent, and a new sense of American identity was born. The defense of New Orleans, led by Andrew Jackson, stirred patriotism and pride. Madison, once the quiet student, had presided over one of the most dramatic chapters in U.S. history. After leaving office in 1817, Madison retired to his estate, Montpelier, in the Virginia Piedmont. He spent his later years farming, managing debts, and continuing his deep interest in constitutional theory. He also served as rector of the University of Virginia, helping Jefferson nurture a new generation of thinkers. As sectional tensions grew over slavery, Madison, like many of his time, struggled with contradictions. Though he opposed the international slave trade and hoped for gradual emancipation, he owned enslaved people his entire life. His legacy, like Jefferson's, is marked by both extraordinary vision and troubling hypocrisy. James Madison died on June 28, 1836, at the age of 85, the last surviving signer of the Constitution. He had outlived his peers, watched the country he helped create grow and strain, and left behind a legacy of thoughtful governance, deliberate debate, and constitutional devotion. His words remain etched in law, his vision still alive in every branch of government. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, imagine a small man in a tall chair, surrounded by books, maps, and drafts. His hand moves across parchment. He writes of checks and balances, of factions and freedoms, of a republic built on law. He is not seeking fame. He is building something greater, a system where ideas, not men, rule. Because James Madison believed in thoughtful liberty, the American experiment found its enduring shape. James Monroe, the last founding father. In the quiet woods of Westmoreland County, Virginia, on April 28, 1758, a child was born who would one day become the 5th President of the United States. His name was James Monroe, and though less flamboyant than some of his revolutionary peers, his legacy would prove enduring. He was the son of a modest planter and carpenter. After his father's early death, young James took over family responsibilities, but also pursued education, eventually enrolling at the College of William and Mary. In 1776, at just 18, Monroe left college to join the Continental Army. The cause of liberty called, and he would answer it for the rest of his life. Monroe joined the 3rd Virginia Regiment, serving bravely under General George Washington. He fought at the Battle of Trenton, where he was wounded in the shoulder during the daring Christmas attack across the Delaware River. He endured the hardships of Valley Forge and earned the respect of his fellow patriots. Though he rose to the rank of major, Monroe left active service to study law under Thomas Jefferson, forging a lifelong friendship and mentorship that would shape his future. His service in uniform gave him a grounding in sacrifice, duty, and the cause of independence. Monroe entered politics as delegate to the Continental Congress and later helped draft Virginia's new constitution. He served in the U.S. Senate and later became governor of Virginia, not once, but twice. In the 1790s, Monroe was appointed minister to France by President Washington. Though his diplomatic style was too warm for Federalist tastes, he grew popular with the French during their revolution, sympathizing with their struggle for liberty. Later, as minister to Britain, he worked to ease tensions during strained post-war years, though not always with success. Still, Monroe was a trusted envoy and public servant, always striving for unity. Under President James Madison, Monroe served as both Secretary of State and Secretary of War during the War of 1812, the only person in American history to hold both posts simultaneously. With Washington burned and morale low, Monroe helped reorganize the military, guide strategy, and rebuild confidence. His leadership helped ensure American victory and marked him as a steady, capable hand in times of crisis. When the war ended and Madison's term concluded, Monroe was the natural successor. In 1817, James Monroe became the 5th President of the United States. His presidency ushered in what historians call the era of good feelings, a time of national unity, economic growth, and post-war optimism. Monroe toured the country, shaking hands with veterans, listening to citizens, and earning respect across party lines. Though political division simmered, Monroe avoided entanglement in partisan drama. He believed in American nationalism, economic development, and westward expansion. Perhaps Monroe's most lasting legacy came in 1823, when he delivered a message to Congress that would define American foreign policy for generations. In his annual address, Monroe declared that the Western Hemisphere was closed to further European colonization, and that the United States would oppose interference in the affairs of independent nations in the Americas. This bold stance, later known as the Monroe Doctrine, asserted U.S. influence in the New World and became a cornerstone of American diplomacy. Though drafted largely by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams, it bore Monroe's name and his resolve. During Monroe's presidency, the U.S. acquired Florida from Spain through the Adams-Onis Treaty, and 5 new states joined the Union. But the growth also brought division. The Missouri Compromise of 1820, which Monroe signed, admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free one, while banning slavery north of the 36 degrees, 30 minutes line. It temporarily quelled tensions, but the issue of slavery would return. Monroe, a slaveholder himself, hoped the country could avoid disunion. But his legacy, like many founders, remains entangled in that deep contradiction. After 2 terms, Monroe retired from public life in 1825. He returned to Virginia and, like many former presidents, struggled with debt. His beloved wife, Elizabeth Cartwright Monroe, a quiet and elegant First Lady, passed away in 1830. Monroe moved to New York City to live with his daughter. There, on July 4, 1831, 5 years to the day after Jefferson and Adams died, James Monroe passed away at the age of 73. 3 founding fathers, 3 former presidents, all gone on the anniversary of the nation they helped create. The symbolism was staggering. James Monroe was the last president who had fought in the Revolutionary War and the last of the so-called Virginia dynasty. Though less eloquent than Jefferson or bold than Washington, Monroe was a steady hand, a unifying figure, and a man who put the nation before himself. His doctrine lived on, invoked by presidents from Lincoln to Roosevelt to Kennedy. His belief in American strength, dignity, and independence continues to shape policy and perspective. And while he lived in a world of compromise and complexity, he remains a symbol of quiet leadership. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, imagine a man walking the fields of Virginia, remembering a time when he was young, wounded, and marching through snow behind George Washington. Picture him standing before Congress, calmly announcing to the world that America would stand tall and defend its neighbours. Imagine a man who never sought glory, but who carried the memory of revolution in his heart and the weight of a growing nation on his shoulders. Because James Monroe believed in strength through unity, the nation he helped nurture continued to grow. John Quincy Adams, the reluctant champion. On July 11th, 1767, in a small saltbox house in Braintree, Massachusetts, a baby boy was born into the very heart of America's founding storm. His name was John Quincy Adams, and his father was none other than John Adams, future second president of the United States. His mother, Abigail Adams, was a fierce intellect and tireless moral compass. As a child, John Quincy witnessed the American Revolution with his own eyes, standing atop a hill to watch the Battle of Bunker Hill, travelling across Europe during his father's diplomatic missions, and even meeting world leaders like Catherine the Great and Benjamin Franklin before he was old enough to vote. He was not born into privilege, but into purpose. John Quincy Adams was fluent in multiple languages by adolescence. He studied at European academies, attended Harvard University, and absorbed the philosophies of liberty, governance, and diplomacy. At just 14 years old, he served as secretary to the American envoy in Russia. By 26, he was named U.S. Minister to the Netherlands, and soon after he became Minister to Prussia. Even George Washington praised his diplomatic talents, calling him the ablest of all our young men. He had the education of a prince, but his mission was always the Republic. In 1803, Adams was elected to the U.S. Senate representing Massachusetts. Though a Federalist by party, he followed his conscience more than any faction, often to his political detriment. He supported Thomas Jefferson's Louisiana Purchase, infuriating his party and demonstrating that he cared more for principle than popularity. His independence earned him a reputation as a maverick, a man guided by vision, not vanity. Soon after, President James Madison appointed him as minister to Russia and later to Britain, where he helped negotiate the Treaty of Ghent, ending the War of 1812. His diplomacy helped repair a wounded young nation. Under President James Monroe, Adams served as Secretary of State, and it was here he achieved greatness. He orchestrated the Adams-Onis Treaty, acquiring Florida from Spain and establishing the U.S. border with Spanish territory in the west. He supported internal improvements and commercial expansion, believing in a strong, growing republic. But his most famous legacy was the Monroe Doctrine. Though it bore Monroe's name, it was Adams who crafted the bold policy. the Americas would no longer be open to European colonization. It was a clear message. The Western Hemisphere belonged to the New World. He had laid down the diplomatic foundations of American power. In 1824, Adams ran for president in a crowded field that included Andrew Jackson, Henry Clay, and William Crawford. Though Jackson won the popular vote, no candidate received a majority in the Electoral College. The decision went to the House of Representatives. With Clay's support, Adams was elected. Jackson's supporters cried foul, calling it a corrupt bargain. From the moment he entered office, his presidency was haunted by suspicion. Still, Adams pursued ambitious goals, building national universities, scientific institutions, and an extensive transportation network. He envisioned an America bound by roads, canals, and ideas. But Congress, dominated by Jacksonian opposition, thwarted many of his initiatives. His was a presidency of frustrated brilliance. After losing the 1828 election to Andrew Jackson, Adams might have faded into retirement. Instead, he embarked on a historic second act. In 1831, he was elected to the House of Representatives, becoming the only former president to serve in Congress. There, he found his truest voice. He championed infrastructure, science, and, most notably, the abolition of slavery. He became known as Old Man Eloquent for his impassioned speeches and tireless advocacy. For 17 years, he battled the gag rule, which prevented anti-slavery petitions from being read in Congress. He fought for the right to speak on behalf of the voiceless. In 1841, Adams argued before the Supreme Court on behalf of enslaved Africans who had seized control of the ship Amistad after being illegally trafficked. Though aged and frail, Adams stood in court for 4 hours, defending their right to freedom with powerful oratory and moral conviction. He won the case. It was a triumph not only of law but of conscience. In February 1848, while speaking on the floor of the House, John Quincy Adams collapsed at his desk. He was carried to the Speaker's room, where he died 2 days later. His final words were, "This is the last of earth. I am content." He had served his country for over 50 years across 3 continents and 6 presidencies. John Quincy Adams was not a populist. He was not a war hero. He was never the most beloved of men. But he was brilliant, principled, and unyielding. He believed in education, diplomacy, justice, and truth. He believed that America could be better, not just richer or larger, but more just and free. And though his time as president was brief, his legacy as a moral force in American politics remains unmatched. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, imagine a man walking the halls of Congress, old and bowed, but never silenced. Picture him standing before the Supreme Court, defending the rights of the enslaved with a trembling voice and an iron will. Picture a child watching the revolution, and a man who never stopped fighting for its promise. Because John Quincy Adams believed in duty beyond office and truth above power, America kept striving toward the light. Andrew Jackson, The Storm and the Sword. On March 15, 1767, in a backwoods settlement on the border of North and South Carolina, a boy was born into poverty, hardship, and the echoes of rebellion. His name was Andrew Jackson, and his life would be defined by conflict, from orphanhood to battlefields to the Oval Office. His father died before he was born, and by the time he was 14, Jackson had lost his mother and 2 brothers to the ravages of the American Revolutionary War. Captured by the British, he was beaten by an officer for refusing to polish his boots, a scar that never faded. These early wounds shaped him into a man of grit, rage, and unstoppable will. Jackson studied law in North Carolina and rode west to the frontier town of Nashville, Tennessee, where he built a successful legal practice. He was quick with a temper, quicker with a pistol, and earned a reputation as both brilliant and brutal. In Nashville, he met Rachel Donaldson, a woman whose complicated divorce led to years of scandal and whispers. Nonetheless, they married, and Jackson adored her with a fiery, lifelong devotion. The law brought him influence, but it was war that would bring him fame. During the War of 1812, Jackson commanded U.S. forces against both Native American tribes and the British. His relentless pursuit of victory earned him the nickname Old Hickory, as tough and unyielding as the tree itself. At the Battle of Horseshoe Bend in 1814, he defeated the Creek Nation, opening vast territory to American settlers. Soon after, he achieved one of the most stunning victories in U.S. history at the Battle of New Orleans, where his ragtag army repelled a seasoned British force with minimal casualties. He became a national hero, the embodiment of frontier defiance. In the years following the war, Jackson led military campaigns in Spanish Florida, clashing with Seminole tribes and executing foreign agents, sparking diplomatic uproar. His boldness led to the Adams-Onis Treaty, which ceded Florida to the U.S. He served briefly as its governor before returning to Tennessee. But behind the victories lay a darker legacy. Jackson's Indian policies, rooted in a vision of American expansion, would later define one of the most painful chapters in U.S. history. In 1824, Jackson ran for president against John Quincy Adams, winning the popular vote but losing in the House of Representatives. Enraged, he decried the corrupt bargain that gave Adams the presidency and vowed revenge. In 1828, Jackson ran again, and this time he won. He became the 7th President of the United States and the first to rise from humble origins. To many, he was the champion of the common man. To others, a populist tyrant. But all agreed Jackson would not be ignored. Jackson's presidency, 1829 to 1837, ushered in a new era of American democracy. He expanded suffrage for white men, attacked the entrenched political elite, and positioned himself as the voice of the people. He wielded the presidential veto like a weapon, famously killing the second bank of the United States, which he saw as a corrupt tool of the wealthy. "I was born for a storm, and a calm does not suit me," he once said. And indeed, his presidency was a tempest. Perhaps the most controversial and tragic act of Jackson's presidency was the Indian Removal Act of 1830. He believed Native American nations had no place within the growing United States and pushed policies that forced them westward, despite opposition and a Supreme Court ruling in Worcester versus Georgia that sided with the Cherokee. Jackson pressed on. The result was the Trail of Tears, a forced migration that led to the suffering and death of thousands. It remains a stain on his legacy, impossible to ignore. Jackson also faced down a crisis of secession years before the Civil War, when South Carolina threatened to nullify federal tariffs and break from the Union. Jackson responded with a firm warning: "Disunion by armed force is treason. Are you ready to incur its guilt? He sent troops to enforce the law, and a compromise diffused the crisis. Jackson had preserved the Union, but revealed the tensions that would later erupt into war. Jackson retired in 1837 to the Hermitage, his Tennessee plantation. There he wrote letters, welcomed visitors, and watched the country he shaped continue to evolve. He mourned Rachel, who had died before he took office, and remained devoted to her memory. He died on June 8, 1845, surrounded by family and friends. His last words: "Be good children, all of you, and strive to be ready when the change comes." Andrew Jackson's legacy is one of contradiction. He expanded democracy while denying it to many. He strengthened the presidency while defying the Supreme Court. He was a hero to some and a villain to others. But he changed the office, the nation, and the very meaning of what it was to be an American. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, imagine a man on the horseback silhouetted by cannon fire, sword raised high. Imagine that same man standing alone in the Oval Office, resolute, unbending, braced against the storm. He was flawed. He was fierce. He was a force. Because Andrew Jackson believed the people should rule, the presidency became a pulpit, and the nation a battlefield of ideals. Martin Van Buren, the little magician. In the quaint village of Kinderhook, New York, on December 5th, 1782, a baby boy was born who would one day charm, scheme, and stride his way into the White House. His name was Martin Van Buren, and he would be the first president born after the American Revolution, the first-born citizen of the United States, and the first to prove that politics was a game, and he could play it better than anyone. His parents were of Dutch descent, and Martin grew up speaking Dutch as his first language, learning English only as he grew older. His father was a tavern keeper and farmer, giving young Martin early access to political talk, gossip, and negotiation at the tables of travellers. The boy who listened quietly in the corner of the tavern would one day orchestrate the rise of modern American politics. Van Buren was bright, quick-witted, and ambitious. He studied law through an apprenticeship, never attending college, and became a lawyer by the age of 21. But it was politics that called to him. In the New York State Senate, Van Buren became a master of political organization. He believed in building coalitions, creating networks, and keeping his friends close, and his rivals even closer. He helped form the Albany Regency, a powerful political machine in New York. People began to call him the Little Magician for his ability to make deals, unite factions, and rise quietly without attracting too much fire. He wasn't a brawler, he was a strategist. By the 1820s, Van Buren had become a U.S. senator and was quickly becoming a force in the national politics. He opposed elitism and supported the rise of the Democratic Party, championing the rights of the common man. He saw in Andrew Jackson a kindred spirit, strong, popular, and untamed. Van Buren helped engineer Jackson's 1828 presidential campaign, organizing a national party with unprecedented discipline. In return, Jackson made Van Buren his Secretary of State, then later Vice President during his second term. The two men were vastly different in style, Jackson the storm, Van Buren the quiet wind that redirected it. In 1836, Jackson endorsed Van Buren as his successor. The little magician had climbed to the top. Martin Van Buren became the 8th President of the United States in 1837, stepping into office just as the country fell into the Panic of 1837, a devastating financial crisis. Banks collapsed, businesses failed, and unemployment soared. Though the seeds of the panic were planted before his presidency, Van Buren bore the blame. He resisted calls for the federal government to intervene heavily, believing in limited government and fiscal discipline. He created the independent treasury system, separating federal funds from private banks, a policy praised in hindsight, but controversial at the time. The panic stained his presidency. Despite economic troubles, Van Buren remained personally popular with many. He was elegant, polite, and a gifted conversationalist. He restored a sense of decorum to the presidency after Jackson's tempestuous years. He was also a fierce opponent of slavery's expansion, though cautious in his approach. He tried to balance abolitionist pressures with Southern resistance, a tightrope few could walk. In 1840, the Whigs rallied behind William Henry Harrison, a war hero, and used catchy slogans, hard cider, and log cabin imagery to paint Van Buren as out of touch. Van is a used-up man, they cried, and it worked. Van Buren lost re-election in a landslide. After leaving office, Van Buren didn't fade away. He tried to return to the presidency in 1844, losing the Democratic nomination to James K. Polk. In 1848, he made a bold stand against slavery's expansion, running as the Free Soil Party candidate. He knew he wouldn't win, but he helped shift the national conversation toward anti-slavery. It was his last campaign, but one rooted in principle, not ambition. Van Buren retired to his beloved estate, Lindenwold, in Kinderhook. He wrote his memoirs, welcomed guests, and watched the nation grow ever more divided over slavery. He died on July 24th, 1862, in the midst of the Civil War he had tried to prevent. Though his presidency had faltered in crisis, his political genius, party-building skills, and opposition to slavery's spread made him a vital link in America's evolution. Martin Van Buren didn't win wars or write grand declarations, but he built the machine that made American democracy run. He created the first modern political party, believed in majority rule, and defended the importance of organization, debate, and peaceful power transfer. He was a tactician of republics, a conductor of democracy. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man in a fine coat, pacing a quiet study, pen in hand, whispering strategies that move nations. Imagine him sipping coffee at dawn, reviewing letters from all corners of the country, quietly weaving alliances that hold a fragile union together. Because Martin Van Buren believed politics could be an art, the United States became a more democratic, more responsive republic. William Henry Harrison. The Brief Flame. On February 9th, 1773, in the heart of Charles City County, Virginia, a baby boy was born into the American Revolution. His name was William Henry Harrison, and he came from one of Virginia's most distinguished families. His father, Benjamin Harrison V, was a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Young William grew up among the ideals of liberty and governance, surrounded by the echoes of revolution and the weight of expectation. Though originally intended for medicine, fate had other plans for this restless, determined soul. In 1791, Harrison joined the U.S. Army and quickly distinguished himself in the Northwest Indian War, serving under General Anthony Wayne. His leadership and bravery helped secure American control of the Northwest Territory, earning him recognition and promotions. He married Anna Tuthill Simms, the daughter of a prominent judge. Together, they would have 10 children. But it was Harrison's role as governor of the Indiana Territory that made his name known across the young nation. As governor, Harrison negotiated land deals with Native American tribes, many of them controversial and contested. Tensions escalated until 1811, when Harrison led U.S. forces against Tecumseh and his confederation at the Battle of Tippecanoe. It was a hard-fought victory that cemented Harrison's reputation as a frontier hero. Tippecanoe and Tyler too would later become the most famous campaign slogan in American history. His fame only grew during the War of 1812, where he commanded U.S. forces in the Northwest, defeated British troops and native allies at the Battle of the Thames, and secured the region for the United States. He was hailed as a national hero. After the war, Harrison retired to his farm in North Bend, Ohio. But the call of politics proved too strong. He served as a congressman, senator, and minister to Columbia, often advocating for Western expansion and veterans' rights. He was a quiet statesman, not known for soaring rhetoric, but for his sense of duty and service. As tensions over slavery and states' rights simmered, Harrison emerged as a unifying figure, a war hero without deep political entanglements. In 1840, the newly formed Whig Party chose Harrison to run for president against Martin Van Buren. They crafted a brilliant campaign, portraying Harrison as a humble frontiersman living in a log cabin, drinking hard cider, and speaking for the common man. In truth, Harrison came from privilege. But the image stuck. With parades, songs, buttons, and slogans, the Whigs energized voters like never before. Tippecanoe and Tyler too became a rallying cry across the country. Harrison won by a landslide. On March 4th, 1841, William Henry Harrison was sworn in as the 9th President of the United States. At 68, he was the oldest man ever elected to the office at the time. Determined to appear strong and vigorous, he delivered a 2-hour inaugural address, the longest in history, in freezing rain, without a coat or hat. A month later, he was dead. Harrison fell ill just weeks into his term, initially believed to be pneumonia, though modern studies suggest typhoid fever from contaminated water near the White House. He died on April 4th, 1841, just 31 days after taking office. His presidency remains the shortest in American history. His death set a vital constitutional precedent. Vice President John Tyler assumed the full powers of the presidency, establishing the rule of presidential succession that remains today. Though his presidency was brief, the impact of his passing would shape the nation's understanding of executive power. William Henry Harrison was the first president to die in office. His passing shocked the nation and sparked debate, but it also unified the country in grief. He was remembered not just for what he might have done as president, but for a life of military valor, public service, and gentle humility. He had lived a full life and died at the highest point of public trust. Though his presidency was a flicker, his influence was felt for decades. His grandson, Benjamin Harrison, would later become the 23rd president. His campaign style helped usher in the age of modern electioneering. His succession crisis helped clarify the Constitution's silence on presidential death. He was not a philosopher or visionary, but a soldier, a father, and a reluctant politician who served when called. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, imagine a man in a log cabin, sipping cider, a sabre from Tippecanoe hanging above the hearth. Picture him riding into the rain on Inauguration Day, proud, hopeful, unaware that history would remember him more for how briefly he stood than how long he fought. Because William Henry Harrison believed in duty above comfort, he gave his all, even if for just 1 month. John Tyler, the accidental president. On March 29, 1790, in the rolling fields of Charles City County, Virginia, a baby boy was born into a family steeped in American tradition. His name was John Tyler, and like his predecessor, William Henry Harrison, he was born into the world of Virginia aristocracy and revolution. His father, John Tyler Sr., was a judge, governor, and close ally of Thomas Jefferson. From an early age, young John was fed a steady diet of states' rights, classical education, and Southern pride. He graduated from the College of William and Mary at just 17 and became a lawyer by 19. But his true passion was politics. Tyler quickly climbed the political ladder, serving in the Virginia State Legislature, then the U.S. House of Representatives, and eventually as Governor of Virginia and U.S. Senator. He was a staunch advocate for states' rights, wary of centralized federal power, and often stood alone, voting on principle rather than party line. This independence earned him both admiration and isolation. Though once a Democrat, he grew disenchanted with Andrew Jackson's forceful presidency and joined the Whig Party, a strange fit, but one that would shape his destiny. In 1840, the Whigs nominated war hero William Henry Harrison for president, and needing to balance the ticket with a Southern statesman, chose John Tyler as his running mate. The campaign was a spectacle: log cabins, cider barrels, and the immortal slogan, Tippecanoe, and Tyler too. It worked. Harrison won by a landslide, and Tyler became Vice President of the United States. Little did anyone know he'd be president within a month. When Harrison died just 31 days into his presidency, the nation was thrown into confusion. The Constitution was vague. Was Tyler acting president or the new president? Tyler made his position clear. He was fully and officially the president. He took the oath, moved into the White House, and began exercising presidential powers. Some mocked him as his accidency, but he stood firm. By asserting his right to the office, Tyler set a crucial precedent for presidential succession that would guide the nation for centuries. Once in office, Tyler clashed with the Whig Party almost immediately. He vetoed their plans to re-establish a national bank, infuriating party leaders, including Henry Clay. The Whigs expelled him from the party, making him the only U.S. president to lose the support of the party that elected him. His cabinet resigned, all but Secretary of State Daniel Webster, and Congress attempted to impeach him. Tyler was a man without a party, governing alone, and yet he pressed on. Tyler's greatest achievements came in foreign policy. He signed the Webster-Ashburton Treaty, resolving border disputes with Britain. He pushed for trade with China. He advocated for the annexation of Texas, a move that would later ignite sectional tensions but also expand American territory. He believed in a bold, expanding America, though his methods often ignited controversy. During his presidency, Tyler's beloved wife, Letitia Christian Tyler, died, making her the first Lady to die in the White House. A year later, Tyler stunned Washington by marrying Julia Gardner, a 24-year-old socialite 30 years his junior. They became the first presidential couple to marry while in office. Together, they had 7 children, on top of the 8 he had with Letitia. In total, Tyler fathered 15 children, more than any other U.S. president. Tyler saw the annexation of Texas as his crowning goal. Though rebuffed by Congress at first, he worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Just before leaving office in 1845, Tyler secured a joint resolution to admit Texas as a state, fueling expansion, but also deepening the divide between North and South over slavery. It was a final flourish from a man few had expected to lead. After leaving office, Tyler returned to Sherwood Forest Plantation in Virginia. But when Southern states seceded in 1861, Tyler's allegiance remained with his native South. He opposed war, but ultimately joined the Confederate Congress, becoming the only former U.S. president to take such a step. He died before taking his seat on January 18th, 1862. In the North, his death was ignored. In the South, he was buried with honours. John Tyler defied party lines, broke expectations, and rewrote constitutional precedent. He was a president who wasn't supposed to be, and yet reshaped the office forever. Some call him stubborn, some call him principled, but all agree he mattered. His story is one of unexpected power, lonely leadership, and quiet determination. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man walking alone through the halls of the White House, knowing the nation doubts him, but leading anyway. Imagine a quill scratching out letters to foreign dignitaries, a mind burning with plans to secure borders, broker peace, and expand a fledgling union. Because John Tyler believed in the Constitution above all else, the presidency endured even when the world was unsure how. James K. Polk, the relentless visionary. On November 2nd, 1795, in a log cabin in Pineville, North Carolina, a boy was born who would one day redraw the map of a nation. His name was James Knox Polk, and from humble frontier roots, he would rise to become one of the most determined and underrated presidents in American history. Sickly as a child and often in pain due to gallstones, young James underwent surgery at age 17, without anesthesia. The pain marked him, but so did the toughness he developed from surviving it. He was quiet, focused, and serious. His mother instilled in him deep religious values, while his father encouraged ambition. Polk graduated from the University of North Carolina with high honors and a reputation for sharp debate. After studying law in Tennessee under Felix Grundy, he opened a legal practice and quickly entered politics. He was elected to the Tennessee legislature and in 1825 to the U.S. House of Representatives, where he would serve for 14 years. Polk was a staunch Jacksonian Democrat, devoted to Andrew Jackson's vision of limited government, expansionism, and populism. He rose to become Speaker of the House, the only president in history to have held that role. After a brief stint as governor of Tennessee, Polk seemed to vanish from the political spotlight until 1844. The Democratic National Convention found itself deadlocked. Martin Van Buren couldn't secure enough support due to his opposition to the annexation of Texas. With no clear alternative, a compromise emerged. James K. Polk. He was dubbed the dark horse candidate, unexpected, unassuming, but perfectly poised. He ran on a bold platform, annex Texas, assert American claims over the Oregon Territory, and acquire California from Mexico. He promised to serve only one term, to get things done. He won. Polk entered the White House in 1845 with a laser-sharp agenda: lower tariffs to promote trade, establish an independent treasury, settle the Oregon boundary with Britain, acquire California and the Southwest from Mexico. Most presidents dream. Polk acted. He worked tirelessly, often late into the night, reading every bill, writing his own speeches, and maintaining a punishing schedule. Even his cabinet members struggled to keep up. He was intense, precise, and disciplined. A man of few words, but fierce results. Within months, Polk had re-established the independent treasury system, passed the Walker Tariff, one of the lowest in U.S. history, and negotiated the Oregon Treaty with Britain, setting the boundary at the 49th parallel. But his most dramatic and controversial achievement came in the West. In 1845, Texas was annexed into the Union, sparking tensions with Mexico, which still claimed the territory. Polk sent troops to the disputed border, and when Mexican forces attacked, war was declared. The Mexican-American War, 1846 to 1848, became one of Polk's defining chapters. Critics called it a war of aggression. Polk defended it as a matter of national honor and destiny. U.S. forces under General Zachary Taylor and Winfield Scott captured key cities, including Mexico City itself. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848 granted the U.S. more than 500,000 square miles of territory, including present-day California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and parts of Colorado and Nevada. In just 4 years, Polk had added more land to the U.S. than any other president. True to his promise, Polk did not seek re-election. He had set goals, achieved them, and left office, exhausted. But the consequences of his expansion were profound. The new territories reignited debates over slavery, setting the stage for the Civil War. Though he had accomplished more in one term than many presidents did in two, his legacy was complicated. He returned to Tennessee, finally free to rest. Just 3 months after leaving office, James K. Polk died of exhaustion and illness on June 15th, 1849, at age 53. He had worked himself to the bone, giving his life to the presidency. His wife, Sarah Childress Polk, would live another 42 years, fiercely guarding his legacy. He was buried at his Nashville home, and later moved to the grounds of the Tennessee state capitol. Polk is rarely listed among the most famous presidents, but historians admire him for being the rare politician who kept his promises. He was methodical, fearless, and effective, yet not without controversy. His expansionist policies fulfilled the dream of manifest destiny, but deepened divisions that would nearly destroy the Union. Still, he reshaped the United States forever. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, imagine a man hunched over a desk lit by candlelight, scribbling plans to push borders westward, balance budgets, and secure a young nation's destiny. Picture him standing at a map of North America, imagining a United States that stretched from sea to shining sea, and then making it real. Because James K. Polk believed in action over applause, he changed the course of a continent. Zachary Taylor, the soldier in the saddle. On November 24th, 1784, in a small log cabin in Orange County, Virginia, a baby boy was born who would spend most of his life on horseback. His name was Zachary Taylor, and though no one could have guessed it then, he would ride from the wild frontiers of early America all the way to the White House. Shortly after his birth, the Taylor family moved to Kentucky, settling near the banks of the Ohio River. It was rough country, full of danger, promise, and the spirit of westward expansion. Zachary grew up strong, rugged, and unpolished. He received only a basic education, but he was tough, loyal, and fearless. In 1808, Taylor joined the U.S. Army as a first lieutenant, not for fame or glory, but out of duty. What began as a modest commission became a military career spanning 4 decades. He fought in the War of 1812, the Black Hawk War, and the Second Seminole War. But it was during the Mexican-American War that Taylor truly rose to national prominence. With his gruff demeanor, plain speech, and love for simple comforts, soldiers called him Old Rough and Ready. He led from the front, slept in tents with his men, and earned their unwavering loyalty. In 1846, as war erupted with Mexico, Taylor was placed in command of U.S. forces. He won crucial victories at Palo Alto, Resaca de la Palma, and Monterrey. But it was the Battle of Buena Vista in 1847 that made him a legend. Outnumbered and outgunned, Taylor held his ground against a larger Mexican army under General Santa Anna. His defiant message to Washington became famous: "I shall win or die." He won. The American public adored him. Without seeking it, Zachary Taylor had become a national hero. Taylor had never voted in a presidential election. He had no political experience. He wasn't even sure which party he belonged to. And yet, in 1848, the Whig Party nominated him for president. His war record, honesty, and non-partisan image made him the perfect candidate for a nation tired of party squabbles. He won the election, defeating Lewis Cass and former President Martin Van Buren, and became the 12th President of the United States. "I am a Whig," he said, "but not an ultra-Whig." True to his independent streak, Taylor took office in March 1849 and almost immediately faced the brewing storm of sectional conflict over slavery in the new territories acquired after the Mexican-American War. California applied for statehood as a free state, angering Southern leaders who feared a loss of power. Though Taylor was a slaveholder, he opposed the expansion of slavery into the new territories. He even threatened military force against any state that tried to secede. "Disunion is treason," he declared. His stance shocked the South and reshaped the narrative of who Zachary Taylor truly was. On July 4th, 1850, after attending Independence Day ceremonies in scorching heat, Taylor returned to the White House, ate raw fruit and cold milk, and fell violently ill. Within 5 days, he was dead. July 9th, 1850. The cause of death remains debated: cholera, acute gastroenteritis, or something darker. But what's clear is this: Zachary Taylor's presidency lasted only 16 months. He was the second president to die in office. Though brief, Taylor's presidency revealed a man of principle, willing to stand against powerful interests to preserve the Union. He had no taste for politics, but he loved his country. His unexpected death paved the way for Millard Fillmore, who would sign the Compromise of 1850, a move Taylor likely would have opposed. His family buried him in Louisville, Kentucky, where his tomb still stands. Zachary Taylor wasn't polished, he wasn't poetic, but he was honest, brave, and loyal to the men he led and to the country he served. He spent more time in tents than in parlours, more years on horseback than in debate, and when called to lead, he didn't hesitate. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, imagine a dusty soldier with sun-leathered skin sitting by a campfire, jacket undone, sword resting beside him. Picture him rising to lead men into battle, then later rising to lead a fractured nation with the same grit and quiet resolve. Because Zachary Taylor believed in doing what was right, not what was easy. He earned the trust of a nation. Millard Fillmore, the gentleman from Buffalo. On a snowy winter night, January 7th, 1800, in a modest log cabin nestled in the hills of Cayuga County, New York, a boy was born into poverty and hardship. His name was Millard Fillmore, and though the world he entered was cold and unadorned, he would rise to stand beneath the great dome of the U.S. Capitol as the 13th President of the United States. His father, Nathaniel Fillmore, was a tenant farmer, and young Millard grew up knowing the bitter edge of poverty. There were no tutors, no polished manners, no famous family name, only a love of books, a desire to learn, and the slow-burning ambition of a boy who refused to stay small. He was mostly self-educated, teaching himself by the light of a fireplace and borrowing every book he could find. He apprenticed as a clothmaker and later studied law, scraping together enough money to attend New Hope Academy and eventually become a lawyer in Buffalo, New York. His life was not destined. It was carved from hardship with stubborn hands. In Buffalo, Fillmore quickly became respected for his diligence, modesty, and fairness. He was soft-spoken, courteous, and exacting. He married his childhood sweetheart, Abigail Powers, a schoolteacher, just as serious-minded and bookish as he was. Together, they built a home of quiet learning and mutual ambition. In 1828, Fillmore was elected to the New York State Assembly, and in 1832 to the U.S. House of Representatives, where he served multiple terms. A member of the Whig Party, he supported economic modernization, the American system, and internal improvements like roads and canals. He was no firebrand. He was a listener, a negotiator, a man who preferred thoughtful compromise to bold declarations. But in a time of brewing storm, that gentle temperament would become both his strength and his burden. After Congress, Fillmore served as New York State Comptroller, introducing accountability and reform to public finance. He also helped found the university at Buffalo, later serving as its first chancellor. Education to him was not only a ladder, it was a legacy. In 1848, the Whigs nominated Zachary Taylor, the war hero, for president. To balance the ticket with a northerner and a moderate, they selected Millard Fillmore as vice president. The combination was unusual, a rugged general and a quiet legalist, yet it worked. They won the election. As vice president, Fillmore had little influence. Taylor largely ignored him. But everything changed when President Taylor died unexpectedly in July 1850, thrusting Fillmore into the highest office of the land. The nation he inherited was on the brink of collapse. The debate over slavery in the new territories had reached a boiling point. California wanted to join as a free state. Southerners threatened secession. Congress was in deadlock. Fillmore, the accidental president, stood at the center of it all, holding a fragile union in trembling hands. To many, Millard Fillmore will always be remembered for signing the Compromise of 1850, a package of laws meant to calm the fury between North and South. California entered as a free state. The slave trade, but not slavery itself, was abolished in Washington, D.C. Utah and New Mexico were organized as territories with no restriction on slavery. And the Fugitive Slave Act was passed, mandating the return of escaped slaves to their owners, even from free states. Fillmore believed the compromise would save the Union. He called it the final settlement of slavery expansion. He signed all its components, including the Fugitive Slave Act, though he did so with heavy reluctance. Many in the North never forgave him for it. The compromise temporarily quieted secessionist talk, but polarized the country further. Northern abolitionists burned Fillmore in effigy. Southern radicals distrusted him anyway, and the Whig Party, already divided, began to fracture beyond repair. Yet Fillmore remained firm. He believed in the Constitution above politics, the Union above parties, peace above ideology. He modernized the White House, strengthened the Navy, and sent Commodore Matthew Perry to Japan, laying the groundwork for future trade relations with Asia. These foreign affairs would not bear fruit in his time, but he planted the seeds nonetheless. In 1852, Fillmore failed to gain the Whig nomination, losing to Winfield Scott. The Whigs lost the election, and the party all but collapsed. In 1856, Fillmore returned once more, this time as the candidate for the Know Nothing Party, a short-lived movement built on nativism and opposition to immigration. He ran not to win, but to restore order and balance. He only won Maryland, but his presence in the race split votes and foreshadowed the rise of the Republican Party. After that, Fillmore retired from politics for good. His later years were spent in Buffalo, where he became a beloved civic leader. He founded libraries, served on hospital boards, and helped rebuild the city after a devastating fire. His beloved Abigail had died while he was president. In 1858, he married Caroline Carmichael, a well-educated widow. He died on March 8, 1874, at the age of 74. By then, the Civil War had come and gone. The compromise he once hoped would save the nation had only delayed the inevitable. Millard Fillmore was not a visionary or a warrior. He did not light fires. He tried to quiet them. He was a man of books, law, and balance, a man who rose from poverty to the presidency with no help but his own mind and effort. He is remembered with complexity, even controversy. But behind the compromise was a man trying desperately to hold a nation together. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a small house in Buffalo, warmed by a fireplace. Inside, a quiet man with silver hair is bent over a book, reading by candlelight. He is not dreaming of power. He is dreaming of peace. He is hoping his country will remember the power of patience, learning, and compromise. Because Millard Fillmore believed that unity is built by ordinary people doing their quiet part, even when the noise of history is deafening. Franklin Pierce, the handsome tragedy. On an autumn morning, November 23rd, 1804, in a small town called Hillsborough, New Hampshire, a baby boy opened his eyes to the world. His name was Franklin Pierce, and though no seer could have foretold it, he would one day become the 14th President of the United States. He was the son of Benjamin Pierce, a Revolutionary War veteran and twice governor of New Hampshire. The Pierce household was firm but nurturing, full of duty and service to the Republic. Young Franklin was charming, gentle, and well-liked. He had a kind smile, a glimmer in his eye, and a softness in his soul. He studied at Bowdoin College, where he roomed with the future writer Nathaniel Hawthorne, forming a lifelong friendship. His classmates noted his warmth, wit, and ability to win hearts with his speeches. Though blessed with charm and eloquence, his life would be shadowed by loss and sorrow. By his mid-20s, Pierce had already been elected to the New Hampshire legislature, then the U.S. House of Representatives, and later the Senate, the youngest member at the time. Despite his rapid political ascent, he remained humble and gentle in manner. He abhorred confrontation and believed deeply in the Union. He married Jane Means Appleton, the delicate, religious daughter of a college president. Where Franklin was social and affable, Jane was shy and melancholy. Their love was tender but tragic. She hated politics and Washington's pomp. He loved her dearly and often sacrificed his ambitions to keep her happy. In 1842, he resigned from the Senate to return to New Hampshire and private law practice, prioritizing family over politics. But fate would not allow him to remain in the quiet hills for long. When war broke out with Mexico in 1846, Pierce volunteered to serve. President Polk appointed him a brigadier general. Though mocked by some as inexperienced, Pierce proved courageous in battle, leading troops in difficult terrain despite suffering a debilitating leg injury. He returned home with a hero's welcome, personal proof that he was not merely charming, but brave. His name gained national prominence again, though he sought no glory. In 1852, at the Democratic National Convention, party leaders were deadlocked after 48 ballots. They turned to a compromise, the unifying figure who offended few and charmed many, Franklin Pierce. He had been out of politics for a decade. He was largely unknown on the national stage. But his good looks, military service, and unblemished record made him the perfect dark horse. Running against aging war hero Winfield Scott, Pierce campaigned on unity, peace, and democratic values. He won in a landslide. Just weeks before Inauguration Day, tragedy struck. Franklin, Jane, and their son Benjamin, the last of their 3 children, were travelling by train. A sudden derailment flung the cars off the track. Young Benny was killed, decapitated before their eyes. Jane was devastated. She believed the presidency was a punishment from God and withdrew into mourning. Franklin was crushed. He entered the White House with a broken heart. Pierce's presidency began with hope, but quickly unraveled. He supported the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, which repealed the Missouri Compromise and allowed territories to decide the slavery issue through popular sovereignty. Pierce believed it would calm sectional tensions. Instead, it ignited violence known as Bleeding Kansas, as pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers clashed. His administration's inability to quell the bloodshed eroded his popularity. He enforced the Fugitive Slave Act, angering Northern abolitionists. His firm stance on maintaining Southern support cost him the trust of his party. He was called a doughface, a Northerner with Southern sympathies. His vision of union at all costs seemed blind to the growing moral crisis. In 1856, the Democrats abandoned Pierce and nominated James Buchanan instead. Franklin returned to New Hampshire, a defeated and grieving man. He and Jane lived quietly. She remained in mourning until her death in 1863. Pierce never recovered from losing his sons, his wife, and his reputation. When the Civil War broke out, he opposed secession, but criticized Lincoln's wartime powers. Old allies turned away. Once a beloved orator and friend to presidents, he became a lonely relic of a bygone era. His drinking increased. His correspondence with Nathaniel Hawthorne remained one of his few comforts. Franklin Pierce died on October 8, 1869, at the age of 64 in Concord, New Hampshire. His passing received little fanfare. His presidency was remembered as a cautionary tale. Yet even in failure, there was depth to his struggle. A man caught between love and duty, torn by national division, and ultimately overwhelmed by sorrow. His name rarely graces the lists of great presidents. He is remembered more for what he did not do, for the crisis he could not stop, and the peace he could not preserve. But behind the disappointment was a man who believed deeply in the Union, who loved his family fiercely, and who wanted healing more than power. Perhaps he was not built for the stormy world of the 1850s politics. Perhaps he was a man too gentle, too grieving for a nation approaching war. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a quiet room in a New Hampshire home. A man sits alone by the fire, a letter from an old friend in one hand, a glass in the other. He is not plotting power. He is remembering. A little boy with a bright smile, a wife's gentle laugh, a country that once felt whole. Because Franklin Pierce believed in unity more than politics, and in peace more than pride, he became a portrait of sorrow in a time of fury. James Buchanan, The Bachelor in the Storm. On April 23, 1791, in a log cabin in Cove Gap, Pennsylvania, a baby boy was born to a frontier merchant and farmer. His name was James Buchanan, and he would grow to be a man of polished manners, legal brilliance, and complex contradictions, the only bachelor president in American history, and the last to lead before the firestorm of civil war. Raised in a prosperous Scotch-Irish family, Buchanan studied at Dickinson College, where he earned a reputation for both mischief and intellect. After graduating and studying law, he opened a successful practice in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and soon became one of the state's most respected attorneys. But Buchanan's life would never be confined to the courtroom. Politics whispered in his ear, and he answered the call. Buchanan entered the Pennsylvania House of Representatives in his 20s and then moved quickly to the House of Representatives, serving 10 years as a Federalist turned Democrat. He was elegant, persuasive, and meticulous, a man who valued law, order, and diplomacy above all. Tall, courtly, and ever impeccably dressed, Buchanan became a fixture in Washington. He was engaged once to Anne Coleman, but their relationship ended in heartbreak. Anne died soon after, and Buchanan never married, dedicating himself wholly to public service. Over the next decades, Buchanan served as minister to Russia under Andrew Jackson, U.S. Senator, and Secretary of State under James K. Polk, where he helped resolve the Oregon boundary dispute and supported the Mexican-American War. In 1853, President Franklin Pierce appointed him minister to Great Britain, where Buchanan helped negotiate the controversial Ostend Manifesto, advocating for the U.S. acquisition of Cuba, a document that later sparked fierce backlash. But his time abroad kept him clear of the growing political chaos at home, something his supporters would use to their advantage. By 1856, America was tearing at the seams over slavery, territorial expansion, and state sovereignty. Buchanan's long resume, moderate stance, and absence from the Kansas-Nebraska debates made him an ideal Democratic candidate. He ran against Republican John C. Fremont and former President Millard Fillmore, winning the presidency with support from the South and Northern Democrats. He would become the 15th President of the United States, inheriting a union fraught with tension. From the beginning, Buchanan sought to be a constitutional steward, believing that compromise and law would hold the nation together. But his efforts often appeased the South while alienating the North. He supported the pro-slavery Lecompton Constitution in Kansas despite obvious corruption in the process. He believed slavery was a matter for the states and territories to decide, not the federal government. Then came the infamous Dred Scott decision, in which the Supreme Court ruled that African Americans were not citizens and that Congress had no right to prohibit slavery in the territories. Buchanan had pressured the court behind the scenes, a breach of executive impartiality that damaged his credibility. During Buchanan's final year in office, the crisis deepened. John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry shocked the nation. The Democratic Party splintered along sectional lines. In 1860, Abraham Lincoln was elected without a single Southern state. One by one, Southern states seceded from the Union. Buchanan, paralyzed by legalism, declared secession illegal, but also claimed the federal government had no authority to stop it. He did nothing to prevent the seizure of federal forts, arsenals, and navy yards across the South. As the Union fractured, Buchanan insisted the Constitution offered no remedy but patience. In March 1861, Buchanan handed the presidency to Abraham Lincoln. As he departed the White House, he reportedly told his successor, "If you are as happy in entering the presidency as I am in leaving it, you are a very happy man." He returned to Wheatland, his Pennsylvania estate, where he spent the rest of his life writing his memoirs and defending his legacy. He died on June 1st, 1868, a year after the end of the Civil War. James Buchanan is often ranked among America's least effective presidents, blamed for his failure to act during the most critical moment in the Union's history. And yet, he was not a man of malice. He was a man of law, trained in diplomacy, who believed compromise could cure any wound. But the nation needed courage, not caution. It needed vision, not delay. His tragedy was not his intent, it was his inaction. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, imagine a grand estate in Pennsylvania, its halls lined with books, its study aglow with candlelight. A white-haired man sits at a desk, pen in hand, trying to explain what went wrong. He was no tyrant, no villain, just a man who could not stop a rising tide. Because James Buchanan believed the Constitution could hold back the storm, he waited for peace while war marched in. Abraham Lincoln, the Emancipator. On a quiet Sunday morning, February 12, 1809, in a single-room log cabin in Hardin County, Kentucky, a child was born who would one day redefine freedom for a nation. His name was Abraham Lincoln, and from the humblest of beginnings, he would rise to become the 16th President of the United States and one of its most beloved. He was the son of Thomas and Nancy Hanks Lincoln, frontier farmers of modest means. Life was hard. The family moved often, eventually settling in Indiana, and later Illinois. Lincoln's mother died when he was 9, leaving a tender scar that never truly healed. He had less than a year of formal schooling, yet he devoured every book he could find. The Bible, Shakespeare, and law books shaped a mind sharpened, not in halls of academia, but under oil lamps in the wilderness. Tall, gangly, and awkward, he became known for his quick wit, deep melancholy, and uncanny wisdom. As a young man, Lincoln worked as a rail splitter, store clerk, postmaster, and surveyor, slowly building his reputation in New Salem and then Springfield, Illinois. He studied law on his own, passed the bar in 1836, and began practicing in Springfield. He travelled the circuit courts by horseback, becoming known as a compelling storyteller, a sharp legal mind, and a man of absolute honesty, earning the nickname Honest Abe. In 1842, he married Mary Todd, a sharp-witted woman from a wealthy Kentucky family. Their marriage was often fiery, but full of affection. They had 4 sons. Only Robert survived to adulthood. Lincoln served in the Illinois state legislature as a member of the Whig Party and later won a term in Congress. He opposed the Mexican-American War and denounced the spread of slavery, but his views weren't yet radical. For a time, he returned to law, his political future uncertain. Then came the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, allowing slavery to expand into new territories. Lincoln was horrified. He returned to politics with new purpose, helping to build the Republican Party, founded on opposing slavery's expansion. He wasn't an abolitionist in the strictest sense, but he believed slavery was morally wrong and politically corrosive. In 1858, he challenged Senator Stephen A. Douglas to a series of debates across Illinois, dazzling audiences with his moral clarity and sharp rhetoric. "A house divided against itself cannot stand," he declared. "I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free." He lost the Senate race but won national fame. In 1860, he secured the Republican nomination for president and won the general election, defeating a fractured Democratic field. The South saw his election as a threat. Even before his inauguration, 7 states seceded. Abraham Lincoln entered the White House in March 1861, with the nation already unraveling. In April, Fort Sumter was attacked. The Civil War had begun. Lincoln was an unlikely war president, no military background, no battlefield experience, but he proved to be a master strategist. He chose commanders carefully after many missteps, managed public opinion, and expanded executive powers. He faced criticism from all sides: too slow to act, too fast, too radical, not radical enough. Yet through it all, he remained steady. He read poetry when alone, paced the White House in sorrow, and buried 2 of his children while in office. And still, he carried the weight of a dying and rebirthing nation. On January 1st, 1863, Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all slaves in Confederate-held territories were free. It didn't end slavery entirely. That would take a constitutional amendment, but it transformed the war into a moral crusade and allowed black soldiers to join the Union Army. "If my name ever goes into history," he said, "it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." It was the boldest step of his presidency. In November 1863, Lincoln traveled to a battlefield in Pennsylvania to dedicate a cemetery. In just 272 words, he gave the Gettysburg Address, a speech that redefined American democracy. "The government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." The war dragged on, bloody and uncertain, but Lincoln remained committed to reunion and mercy, refusing to demonize the South. In 1864, Lincoln was re-elected amidst exhaustion and loss. His second term began with a hope. General Ulysses S. Grant was closing in on victory. Lincoln spoke of reconciliation. "With malice toward none, with charity for all, let us bind up the nation's wounds." On April 9, 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered at Appomattox Courthouse. The war was over. Just 5 days later, on April 14th, Lincoln attended a play at Ford's Theatre. He was shot by actor and Confederate sympathizer John Wilkes Booth. He died the next morning. Lincoln's death stunned the world. His funeral train wound through cities where millions mourned. He was not just a president. He had become a symbol of unity, sacrifice, and the promise of America. He preserved the Union. He ended slavery. He redefined liberty. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, imagine a tall figure walking slowly through the White House, reading Shakespeare under candlelight. Grief in his eyes, but iron in his soul. Picture him leaning over the desk to sign the Emancipation Proclamation, not as a gesture, but as a rebirth of the nation's soul. Picture him at Gettysburg, uttering words that still echo across centuries. Because Abraham Lincoln believed in the better angels of our nature, and by doing so, he helped save a broken country. Andrew Johnson, the tailor in turmoil. On December 29, 1808, in a small log cabin in Raleigh, North Carolina, a baby boy was born into hardship. His name was Andrew Johnson, and he would rise from poverty and illiteracy to become the 17th President of the United States. His father died when Andrew was just 3 years old. His mother, a washerwoman, struggled to support the family. At 10, Johnson was apprenticed to a tailor and never received a formal education. But he was sharp, observant, and driven. As he sewed coats and trousers, he listened to political debates and absorbed the voices of the people. By sheer determination, he taught himself to read. His wife, Eliza McArdle, helped him improve his writing and speaking. They built a quiet life in Greenville, Tennessee, where he opened his own tailor shop, and eventually entered politics. Johnson rose quickly in Tennessee politics, becoming a mayor, state legislator, congressman, and eventually governor of Tennessee. He was a populist before the term existed, championing small farmers, mechanics, and the working class. He opposed elite planters and viewed slavery as a system that oppressed poor whites as well as enslaved black Americans, though he himself was a slaveholder for much of his life. In 1857, he entered the Senate, and though a Democrat from the South, he remained loyal to the Union as the Civil War loomed. When Tennessee seceded, Johnson was the only Southern senator who refused to leave the Senate. For this, Abraham Lincoln admired him. During the war, Johnson was appointed military governor of Tennessee, working to restore order and protect Union sympathizers. In 1864, Lincoln, seeking to unify the North and South, chose Johnson as his vice president on the National Union ticket. A bold move. A Southern Democrat paired with a Northern Republican. The ticket won. But just weeks into their second term, tragedy struck. On April 14, 1865, President Lincoln was assassinated. The next morning, Andrew Johnson was sworn in. Johnson inherited a nation in ruins, its heart torn out by war and assassination. But Johnson was no Lincoln. He sought quick restoration of the Southern states, offering leniency to former Confederates and opposing efforts to protect the rights of newly freed slaves. He vetoed key civil rights legislation, including the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and bills establishing the Freedmen's Bureau. Congress overrode his vetoes, marking the first time in U.S. history that major legislation passed over a president's objections. Johnson's presidency became a war, not with foreign powers, but with Congress itself. The radical Republicans, led by men like Thaddeus Stevens and Charles Sumner, believed Johnson was undermining Reconstruction and enabling Southern resistance. When Johnson tried to remove Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, a violation of the newly passed Tenure of Office Act, Congress had enough. In 1868, Johnson became the first president to be impeached. The impeachment trial in the Senate was a national spectacle. Johnson was accused of violating the Tenure of Office Act, but the deeper issue was his defiance of Congress and obstruction of Reconstruction. He was acquitted by one vote. A single Republican senator, Edmund G. Ross, broke ranks, believing the trial was politically motivated. Johnson remained in office, but his power was shattered. After his term ended in 1869, Johnson returned to Greenville. He tried to stay involved in politics, unsuccessfully running for the Senate and House. Finally, in 1875, he was elected to the Senate, becoming the only former president to return to the Senate. He served just a few months before dying of a stroke on July 31st, 1875. Andrew Johnson is remembered as a president who resisted progress at a critical moment. He valued states' rights over civil rights. His obstruction of Reconstruction delayed justice and equality for millions. And yet, he was also a man of perseverance, who rose from nothing, remained loyal in a time of betrayal, and stood firm in his beliefs, however flawed. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man bent over needle and thread, sewing coats for farmers and preachers, listening to voices that echoed into history. Picture him sitting alone in a smoky room, torn between past and future, struggling to understand the country he tried to lead. Because Andrew Johnson believed in mending a broken union, but lacked the vision to make it whole. Ulysses S. Grant, the quiet general. On April 27, 1822, in the river town of Point Pleasant, Ohio, a quiet boy named Hiram Ulysses Grant was born. Later, through a bureaucratic mix-up at West Point, he would become known to history as Ulysses S. Grant, a name etched into both the battlefield and the presidency. He was the son of Jesse and Hannah Grant, raised with strong values of hard work, humility, and perseverance. Young Ulysses preferred horses to books, solitude to society. He was gentle, reserved, and had no dreams of greatness. At age 17, he received an appointment to West Point. He didn't want to go, but he went. Though he never excelled academically, he was an extraordinary horseman, known for calm courage and quiet resolve. After graduation, Grant served with distinction in the Mexican-American War under Generals Zachary Taylor and Winfield Scott, gaining valuable experience but developing a lifelong distaste for war. He married Julia Dent, a Southern woman from a slaveholding family with whom he shared a tender, enduring love. They raised 4 children together, but peacetime proved difficult. Posted to remote forts and separated from his family, Grant struggled with depression and alcohol, a battle he would quietly face throughout his life. In 1854, he resigned from the army. Over the next few years, he failed at farming, real estate, and business. By 1860, he was working in his father's leather goods store in Galena, Illinois. Humble, forgotten. Then came Civil War. When war broke out in 1861, Grant offered his services to the Union. Appointed colonel and soon brigadier general, he quickly earned a reputation for action and determination. His first major victory came at Fort Donelson in Tennessee, where he demanded unconditional surrender, a phrase that captured the public's imagination and earned him the nickname Unconditional Surrender Grant. At Shiloh, he faced fierce criticism for high casualties, but he refused to be shaken. He believed wars were not won by timidity. President Lincoln saw something rare in Grant, a man who fought and did not complain. While other generals hesitated, Grant moved forward. In 1863, Grant orchestrated one of the most brilliant campaigns of the war, the Siege of Vicksburg. It gave the Union control of the Mississippi River and split the Confederacy in two. Lincoln rewarded Grant by placing him in command of all Union armies. Grant moved east to face off against Robert E. Lee in a brutal campaign of attrition. Battles like the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, and Cold Harbor were bloody and indecisive, but Grant pressed on. He besieged Petersburg, slowly strangling Confederate supply lines. Finally, on April 9, 1865, Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. Grant's terms were generous. He allowed Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and sidearms. The war is over. The rebels are our countrymen again. Grant returned home a national hero, celebrated with parades and songs. He had saved the Union and was widely admired for his humility, calm leadership, and quiet strength. In 1868, with the nation still healing, the Republican Party nominated him for president. His campaign slogan was simple: "Let us have peace." He won decisively, becoming the 18th President of the United States. Grant's presidency was shaped by the struggle to rebuild the South and protect the rights of formerly enslaved people. He supported the 15th Amendment, granting black men the right to vote, and used federal troops to fight the Ku Klux Klan. He created the Department of Justice, signed the Civil Rights Act of 1875, and appointed African Americans and Jewish Americans to government posts. But his presidency was also marred by corruption. Grant himself was personally honest, but many of his appointees were not. Scandals like the whiskey ring and Credit Mobilier stained his administration. Despite these failures, Grant remained deeply loyal, sometimes to a fault. After leaving office in 1877, Grant and Julia took a world tour. Welcomed by kings, queens, and emperors, He was treated like a global celebrity, admired for leading his country through its darkest days. But financial trouble awaited. In retirement, Grant trusted the wrong people and was swindled in a Ponzi scheme, losing his entire fortune. Soon after, he was diagnosed with throat cancer. Facing death and poverty, he began writing his memoirs, an extraordinary account of his life and military career. He finished them just days before he died, ensuring financial security for Julia. Grant died on July 23, 1885, and was mourned as a national treasure. His reputation rose and fell with time. For years he was remembered primarily for the scandals of his presidency, but in recent decades historians have come to admire him as a civil rights champion, a stabilizing force, and a remarkably humble leader. He was not a brilliant speaker. He was not a political tactician. He was a man who acted when others faltered, who stood firm when others wavered. He fought not for glory, but to hold the Union together and to ensure liberty for all. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man in a dusty blue coat, standing beneath the red and white stripes of a worn battle flag. He does not speak much. He writes. He writes. He remembers. He leads, not with flash or fury, but with steady resolve. Because Ulysses S. Grant believed in peace through perseverance, and by holding the line, he helped a wounded nation find its way. Rutherford B. Hayes, the gentleman of compromise. On October 4th, 1822, in Delaware, Ohio, a baby boy was born to Sophia Burchard Hayes, just 10 weeks after the death of her husband. She named him Rutherford Burchard Hayes, and from the very beginning he lived in the shadow of both absence and resilience. Sophia raised Rutherford and his sister with quiet strength and fierce independence. She read to them often, nurturing a love of books and a strong moral compass. Rutherford grew up bright, thoughtful, and soft-spoken, traits that would define his adult life. He studied at Kenyon College, where he graduated valedictorian and later earned a law degree from Harvard. He returned to Ohio to build a life as a lawyer, respected for his intellect and integrity. He married Lucy Webb, an educated and principled woman who would become the First Lady to hold a college degree. Together, they raised 8 children, 3 of whom survived to adulthood and shared a deep commitment to abolitionism, temperance, and reform. When the Civil War broke out, Hayes didn't hesitate. Though nearly 40 and a father of young children, he volunteered for the Union Army and quickly rose to the rank of brigadier general. He was wounded multiple times, most seriously at South Mountain, where he continued leading his men even after being shot through the arm. His bravery earned him the loyalty of his troops and the admiration of his peers. After the war, Hayes entered politics. He served as a U.S. congressman and then as governor of Ohio, earning a reputation as a moderate reformer. He was praised for his honesty, his advocacy for public education, and his efforts to support African American rights during the turbulent post-war years. In 1876, the Republican Party nominated Hayes for president, an uncontroversial, honest man at a time of widespread political fatigue and scandal. His opponent was Democrat Samuel J. Tilden, a reform-minded governor from New York. The election became one of the most disputed in American history. Tilden won the popular vote, but 20 electoral votes from 4 states were in dispute. After weeks of confusion, backroom negotiations, and the formation of a special electoral commission, a deal was struck. The Compromise of 1877. In exchange for Hayes becoming president, Republicans agreed to withdraw federal troops from the South, effectively ending Reconstruction. Rutherford B. Hayes was inaugurated in secret on March 3, 1877, under heavy guard. Though born of compromise, Hayes's presidency was guided by integrity and idealism. He believed in equal rights, civil service reform, and healing a divided nation. He ended Reconstruction, believing the South could be reconciled through good faith, a belief later proven tragically naive. He fought against political patronage, reforming the civil service and paving the way for the later Pendleton Act. He supported education for Black Americans and spoke openly about the need for racial justice, even as federal enforcement dwindled. He refused to seek a second term, staying true to his promise of serving only one. Hayes was often criticized for being too passive, too idealistic. But he governed with deep conviction and unshakable ethics. After leaving office in 1881, Hayes retired to his estate Spiegel Grove in Fremont, Ohio. But retirement didn't mean rest. He dedicated his time to promoting education, particularly for Black students and those in the South. He supported prison reform, advocating for rehabilitation over punishment, and championed temperance and civic responsibility. He was appointed to various education boards and philanthropic organizations, quietly continuing the work he believed in. He and Lucy, his lifelong partner in both heart and principle, remained devoted until her death in 1889. Hayes followed her 4 years later, passing away on January 17th, 1893. Rutherford B. Hayes is rarely listed among America's most famous presidents. His name doesn't inspire monuments or dramatic legends, but his life was a model of modesty, service, and moral courage. He was a man who believed in doing the right thing, not the flashy thing. He sought to restore trust in the presidency, to soften the scars of war, and to guide a fractured nation back toward hope. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man walking through the quiet woods of Ohio, his hand in his wife's, his thoughts on children learning in schools he helped build. He smiles softly, not because he was celebrated, but because he served. Because Rutherford B. Hayes believed that leadership was not about power, but about purpose. James A. Garfield, the scholar in the shadows. On a snowy November 19th, 1831, in a humble log cabin in Orange Township, Ohio, a boy named James Abram Garfield entered the world under the weight of hardship. He would grow to become the 20th President of the United States, a brilliant mind whose light flickered far too briefly. His father died when James was just 2. Raised by his mother Eliza and an older brother, the Garfield family lived in deep poverty, surviving on firewood and grit. Young James worked on a canal boat and dreamed of the sea, until illness cut that short. But his mind was insatiable. He devoured books, taught himself Greek and Latin, and clawed his way from manual labor to academic excellence. He attended Western Reserve Eclectic Institute, later Hiram College, and graduated from Williams College in Massachusetts. He returned to Hiram as a professor and then its president before stepping into public life. Garfield never chased power, but power found him. He entered the Ohio Senate in 1859 and the U.S. House of Representatives in 1863, serving throughout the Civil War and Reconstruction. He remained in Congress for 17 years, becoming one of its most respected intellectuals. A gifted orator and policy mind, Garfield stood firm on key issues. He supported abolition civil rights, fiscal conservatism, and education reform. He believed in merit, fairness, and the Union. He served briefly as a major general in the Union Army, fighting in the Battle of Middle Creek and earning praise for his leadership, though politics soon pulled him back. Garfield's mind moved like lightning. He could write Latin with one hand and Greek with the other simultaneously. In 1880, Garfield attended the Republican National Convention to nominate another candidate. But after 36 ballots and deep party division, the delegates turned to a compromise. To his astonishment, James A. Garfield was nominated for president. He ran a low-key campaign from his home in Mentor, Ohio, giving speeches to crowds on his lawn, a style dubbed the Front Porch Campaign. He won the election by a narrow margin. At 49, Garfield became the youngest president elected at that time, entering the White House with the hopes of reform and unity. Garfield's presidency began with ambition. He challenged the spoils system, appointing officials based on merit rather than loyalty. He worked to modernize the Navy and improve the civil service. He supported black suffrage and fought against Southern efforts to suppress the vote. But he faced resistance from powerful party figures, especially Roscoe Conkling, leader of the stalwart faction. Garfield's insistence on appointing reformers over political loyalists deepened tensions. He had just begun to find his footing when tragedy struck. On July 2nd, 1881, just 4 months into his presidency, Garfield walked through the Baltimore and Potomac Railroad station in Washington, D.C. A disgruntled office seeker named Charles J. Gitto, furious at being denied a political appointment, shot him twice. One bullet grazed Garfield's arm, the other lodged deep in his back. He did not die immediately. Doctors, lacking proper hygiene or modern knowledge, probed the wound with unwashed fingers and instruments. Infection set in. Garfield lingered for 80 agonizing days, drifting between hope and despair as the nation watched and prayed. On September 19th, 1881, James Garfield died of sepsis in a New Jersey seaside cottage. He was 49. The nation mourned deeply, bells tolled, crowds wept openly. For many, he represented a different kind of leadership, thoughtful, principled, and full of unrealized promise. His death helped galvanize support for civil service reform, which passed under his successor Chester A. Arthur in the form of the Pendleton Act of 1883. Garfield's presidency was brief, but his intellect and ideals left a lasting impression. He believed in the power of education, the dignity of work, and the moral obligations of leadership. He rose from poverty to the presidency without ever losing his humility or his thirst for knowledge. Though his time in office was short, his story endures, a reminder that wisdom and compassion, though sometimes silenced early, can echo for generations. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man seated at his desk by lantern light, surrounded by books, quietly shaping ideas that could guide a nation. He is not seeking applause. He is thinking, writing, serving, because James A. Garfield believed that leadership begins in the mind and blossoms in the heart. and though fate gave him little time, he used every moment to stand for what mattered. Chester A. Arthur, the gentleman president. On October 5th, 1829, a baby boy named Chester Allen Arthur was born, either in Fairfield, Vermont, or possibly in Canada, a mystery that sparked whispers for years. His father, William Arthur, was a fiery Irish preacher. His mother, Malvina, a hard-working woman of frontier grit. Young Chester grew up in upstate New York, where he developed an appreciation for fashion, culture, and education. He attended Union College in Schenectady, excelling in the classics and joining debating societies that sharpened his rhetorical gifts. Arthur became a school teacher and then a lawyer, practicing in New York City, where he developed a keen eye for legal nuance and a taste for tailored suits. Polished and poised, he was drawn to politics, specifically the Republican Party, which was gaining power in the years before the Civil War. In 1854, Arthur took on one of the earliest civil rights cases of the era, representing Elizabeth Jennings, a black woman forcibly removed from a streetcar. Arthur won the case, helping to integrate New York's transit system, a sign of the conscience he kept, even in a party machine. He rose through the ranks as a skilled administrator, appointed Quartermaster General of the New York militia during the Civil War. He proved himself masterful at logistics, organization, and supply. Arthur lived in the glittering world of Gilded Age New York, mingling with high society while navigating the gritty back rooms of Republican politics. He became deeply embedded in the stalwart faction of the Republican Party. Loyal to Senator Roscoe Conkling and the powerful patronage system that rewarded political allies with the government jobs. In 1871, President Ulysses S. Grant appointed him Collector of the Port of New York, one of the most lucrative and influential federal positions in the nation. Arthur thrived, overseeing customs and quietly amassing a small fortune. But in 1878, President Rutherford B. Hayes, pushing civil service reform, fired Arthur as part of his campaign against corruption. Arthur returned to private life, wounded, but not defeated. In 1880, when James A. Garfield secured the Republican nomination, party leaders sought to appease the powerful stalwart faction. Arthur, though largely unknown outside New York, was chosen as vice president. He never expected to hold real power. But just months into Garfield's term, an assassin's bullet changed everything. After Garfield's long, agonizing death, Arthur, long considered a party loyalist with little vision, became President of the United States on September 19, 1881. To everyone's surprise, the party machine man became a president of reform and dignity. Arthur supported the Pendleton Civil Service Act, establishing merit-based government jobs and reducing the influence of patronage. He modernized the U.S. Navy, investing in steel ships and professionalizing naval operations. He rejected corruption and distanced himself from old political allies, even breaking with Conkling. He redecorated the White House with elegance, held formal dinners, and took nightly strolls to clear his mind. Known for his impeccable fashion sense, he earned the nickname the Elegant Arthur. Arthur carried a quiet sorrow. His beloved wife, Ellen Herndon Arthur, had died of pneumonia in 1880, just before he assumed the vice presidency. He mourned her deeply, keeping a room in the White House in her honor. Though known for social charm and polished manners, Arthur was a solitary soul who found refuge in books, art, and walks under moonlight. He served with restraint, balancing Republican factions, avoiding extremes, and guiding the nation with calm, dignified stewardship. Arthur never sought a second term. Suffering from Bright's disease, a serious kidney condition, he chose not to run in 1884. He returned to New York City and resumed private life, declining rapidly in health. On November 18th, 1886, at the age of 57, Chester A. Arthur passed away, largely forgotten by a public that never fully understood the depth of his quiet transformation. Arthur's legacy is subtle yet profound. He began as a symbol of party politics but rose when the nation needed him to become a leader of principle. He championed reform, strengthened the civil service, and restored public faith in the presidency during a cynical time. Though few remember him with monuments, he is remembered with growing respect. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a well-dressed man walking the silent corridors of the White House, burdened by grief, illuminated by duty. Because Chester A. Arthur believed that a man could grow into greatness, not by changing the world, but by changing himself. Grover Cleveland, the unlikely president. On March 18th, 1837, in Caldwell, New Jersey, a baby named Stephen Grover Cleveland entered the world as the fifth of 9 children. His father, a Presbyterian minister, instilled in him values of honesty, discipline, and duty. The Cleveland family moved often, finally settling in upstate New York. Grover left school early to support the family after his father's death, working as a teacher, store clerk, and eventually a law clerk. Through determination and long nights of study, he became a lawyer in Buffalo. He dropped his first name Stephen and became simply Grover Cleveland. Cleveland rose steadily in Buffalo as a respected attorney, known for integrity, hard work, and a stubborn streak of independence. He avoided the political games of his day, but earned admiration for his fair-minded approach. He served as sheriff of Erie County, where he personally hanged 2 criminals, a grim but honest execution of duty. He was later elected mayor of Buffalo, earning the nickname the Veto Mayor for blocking wasteful spending, and then became governor of New York, where he fought corruption and clashed with political machines like Tammany Hall. Cleveland's motto was simple: a public office is a public trust. In 1884, the Democratic Party nominated Cleveland for president. His Republican opponent, James G. Blaine, was dogged by scandals, while Cleveland's reputation for honesty won over reform-minded voters, many of whom crossed party lines to support him. The campaign was brutal, with personal attacks on Cleveland's character, including a scandal involving an illegitimate child. Cleveland admitted the truth and took responsibility. He won the election and became the 22nd President of the United States, the first Democrat elected since the Civil War. Cleveland governed with a strict sense of duty. He vetoed hundreds of bills, especially pension frauds and special interest giveaways. He opposed unnecessary government spending, including rejecting a bill to provide seeds to drought-stricken farmers, controversially arguing it wasn't the government's role. He fought for civil service reform, battling patronage and promoting merit-based appointments. Though not a charismatic speaker, Cleveland was seen as a bulwark of integrity in a gilded age of political excess. In 1886, at age 49, he married Frances Folsom, 27 years his junior, the youngest First Lady in U.S. history. Their White House wedding charmed the nation. In 1888, Cleveland lost re-election to Benjamin Harrison despite winning the popular vote. He quietly returned to private life in New York, but remained a powerful Democratic voice. In 1892, he ran again and won, becoming the only president in U.S. history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. He returned to the White House as the 24th president, older, wiser, and facing a nation in economic turmoil. Cleveland's second term was marked by crisis. The Panic of 1893 triggered a deep economic depression. He supported the gold standard, alienating pro-silver Democrats. He faced labor unrest, including the Pullman strike, which he quelled with federal troops, a move that sparked controversy. Despite political cost, Cleveland refused to bend to popular pressure, insisting on sound fiscal policy and the integrity of the presidency. He also underwent a secret surgery aboard a yacht to remove a cancerous tumor from his mouth, kept hidden from the public to avoid panic. After leaving office in 1897, Cleveland retired to Princeton, New Jersey, where he remained active in education, speaking engagements, and writing. He served on the board of trustees at Princeton University and continued to champion nonpartisan government, honesty, and civic virtue. He died on June 24, 1908, at age 71, remembered as a man who never flinched from hard decisions, even when they cost him politically. Grover Cleveland's legacy is one of principle over popularity. He believed that government must be limited, accountable, and honest. He vetoed more bills than any president before him, not to obstruct, but to preserve the public trust. Though his presidencies were marked by economic and political turbulence, he stood firm. His courage to do what was right rather than what was easy earned him the admiration of future generations. Because Grover Cleveland believed that character is the true test of a leadership, and in storms, the oak does not bend. Benjamin Harrison, the quiet patriot. On a wintry day, August 20th, 1833, in North Bend, Ohio, a baby boy named Benjamin Harrison was born into a family already woven into the fabric of American history. He was the grandson of William Henry Harrison, the 9th president, and the great-grandson of Benjamin Harrison, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Despite the legacy, Benjamin grew up with quiet humility. His father, John Scott Harrison, was a respected congressman, but their lifestyle was modest. Young Benjamin was raised in the rolling fields of Ohio with strong values, faith, learning, and patriotism. He studied at Miami University in Ohio, where he developed a love of oratory and deepened his faith. After graduation, he studied law and moved to Indianapolis, Indiana, to begin his practice and start a new chapter. When the Civil War broke out, Harrison joined the Union Army, rising to the rank of brigadier general. He never sought glory, but he earned it, quietly respected by his men for being calm, composed, and courageous under fire. After the war, he returned to Indianapolis, resumed his law career, and entered politics. He served as U.S. Senator from Indiana, known for his brilliant legal mind and firm belief in civil rights, particularly for African Americans in the South. He wasn't flashy, but he was solid, dependable, and deeply principled. A man who didn't command attention but quietly earned admiration. In 1888, the Republican Party nominated Harrison to challenge the incumbent president Grover Cleveland. Though Cleveland won the popular vote, Harrison carried the Electoral College and was elected the 23rd President of the United States. His campaign had been funded in part by wealthy industrialists, support that would influence public perception of his presidency. But Harrison believed firmly in protecting American industry, strengthening the nation, and honoring the Union. He began his term with quiet confidence and a clear sense of duty. President Harrison's administration was marked by significant achievements. He signed the McKinley Tariff, which raised duties on imported goods to protect American manufacturing, popular in the North but controversial in the South and West. He supported the Sherman Antitrust Act, the first major law to limit monopolies and curb corporate abuse. He advocated for civil rights, including federal education funding and voting protections for African Americans, though such bills were ultimately blocked by the Senate. Under his leadership, 6 states were admitted to the Union: North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Washington, Idaho, and Wyoming. He modernized the U.S. Navy, expanding and strengthening America's maritime power. He believed in an active federal government that could shape and guide the nation. Harrison was not a man of grand speeches or theatrical gestures. He was more comfortable in his study, reading scripture or sharing stories with his beloved wife Caroline and their children. Caroline was an accomplished First Lady. She supported the arts, worked on historic preservation of the White House, and helped establish the Daughters of the American Revolution. Sadly, Caroline fell gravely ill during Harrison's presidency. She died in 1892, just weeks before the election. The loss devastated Harrison. In the 1892 election, Grover Cleveland returned and defeated Harrison, reclaiming the presidency. Harrison's support for high tariffs and business interests had alienated some voters during a time of rising populist sentiment. After leaving office, Harrison returned to Indianapolis, resumed law, and gave lectures across the country. He remarried in 1896 to Mary Dimmick, his late wife's niece and former aide, a decision that stirred some controversy. Harrison remained engaged in public affairs, arguing before the Supreme Court, writing on constitutional issues, and supporting international peace efforts. He died on March 13, 1901, at the age of 67. Though not a fiery figure of history, Harrison was remembered by those who knew him as a man of character, discipline, and integrity. His presidency was one of quiet but consequential action. He strengthened the economy, expanded the Union, and laid groundwork for future reforms. He believed in beauty, in the rule of law, and in protecting the dignity of every citizen. His voice was not loud, but it was measured, thoughtful, and rooted in conviction. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man standing at his desk, writing by lamplight, his spectacles balanced on the bridge of his nose. He is not seeking applause. He is seeking truth. Because Benjamin Harrison believed that true leadership is quiet, humble, and grounded in purpose. A steady hand guiding the ship of state through uncertain seas. William McKinley, the steady hand. On January 29, 1843, in the modest town of Niles, Ohio, a baby boy named William McKinley Jr. was born into a large, industrious family. He was the seventh of 9 children, raised by William Sr. and Nancy Allison McKinley, both of whom valued education, thrift, and faith. Young William was polite, thoughtful, and bright. He attended Allegheny College briefly, but had to withdraw due to illness and family finances. Still, he continued studying and eventually became a schoolteacher, then enlisted when war came knocking. When the Civil War erupted, McKinley was just 18. He joined the 23rd Ohio Infantry, where he served under future President Rutherford B. Hayes. He rose from private to brevet major, earning respect for his bravery and calm under fire. At the Battle of Antietam, he delivered food and coffee to soldiers under heavy fire, an act of selfless courage that became legend. After the war, he studied law, was admitted to the bar in Canton, Ohio, and soon entered public life. McKinley served in the House of Representatives for 14 years. He became known as an expert on tariff policy, championing protectionism to support American industries. His most famous legislative achievement was the McKinley Tariff of 1890, which raised import duties. Though intended to boost U.S. manufacturing, it also raised consumer prices and sparked political backlash. Still, his quiet charisma and methodical thinking made him a respected Republican leader. In 1891, he was elected governor of Ohio, serving 2 terms with a focus on industrial growth, fair labor laws, and moderate reforms. In 1896, as economic hardship gripped the country, the Republican Party nominated McKinley for president. His opponent, William Jennings Bryan, crisscrossed the nation with fiery populist speeches. McKinley stayed home in Canton, delivering speeches from his front porch to thousands of visiting delegations, an approach that conveyed calm and confidence. He campaigned on the promise of sound money, backing currency with gold, and economic revival. His campaign was masterfully managed by Mark Hanna, a political strategist who raised vast funds and ensured McKinley's message reached every corner of the country. He won in a landslide. McKinley's first term was defined by prosperity and power. He signed the Gold Standard Act, stabilizing the economy. He passed high tariffs to protect U.S. industry. He presided over the Spanish-American War in 1898, sparked by the explosion of the USS Maine in Havana Harbor. The war lasted just a few months, but its consequences were immense. The U.S. gained Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines, and Cuba became independent. McKinley's leadership during the war, careful, deliberate, and focused on unity, earned widespread praise. The victory signaled America's emergence as a global power. In 1900, McKinley ran for re-election with a bold, energetic running mate, Theodore Roosevelt. His second campaign echoed the themes of prosperity, expansion, and stability. He won easily, but just months into his second term, tragedy struck. On September 6, 1901, while shaking hands at the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York, McKinley was shot twice by Leon Czolgosz, an anarchist who opposed government and authority. Doctors operated, but complications set in. On September 14th, McKinley died. His last words were, "It is God's way. His will, not ours, be done." The nation was stunned. Cities held candlelight vigils. Flags were lowered. Crowds wept openly. McKinley, with his warm smile, had become a symbol of quiet stability and progress. He was buried in Canton, Ohio, where a magnificent memorial still stands. McKinley's presidency marked the end of an old era and the start of the modern American century. He led the country into global prominence, presided over economic recovery, and set the stage for American imperial influence. Though sometimes overshadowed by his successor Roosevelt, McKinley is remembered for his firm, steady leadership, kindness, and devotion to duty. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man in a crisp black suit standing on a quiet front porch, hands clasped, speaking gently to a hopeful crowd below. He is calm, not loud, because William McKinley believed that strength lies in composure, that unity is forged in peace, and that leadership can wear a smile. Theodore Roosevelt, the Rough Rider. On October 27th, 1858, in a handsome brownstone in New York City, a sickly baby boy was born into privilege, but not into ease. Theodore Roosevelt Jr., or Teddy, as he would come to be affectionately known, gasped his first breaths through the tight grip of severe asthma. His wealthy father, Theodore Sr., believed in building strength through effort and took young Teddy on brisk walks, carriage rides, and even had him breathe steam to ease his attacks. His mother, Martha Bullock Roosevelt, a Southern belle, filled the house with charm, tradition, and warmth. Rather than surrender to frailty, Teddy declared war on it. He committed himself to what he called the strenuous life, a philosophy of pushing the body and mind to their limits. He built up his lungs and spirit in the gym and on hunting trips, transforming weakness into warriorhood. Teddy's mind was as fierce as his determination. He was a voracious reader, consuming books on history, science, politics, and nature. He graduated from Harvard University in 1880, already known for his brilliance, eccentricity, and boundless energy. That same year, he married Alice Hathaway Lee, his first great love. He entered politics shortly after, becoming a member of the New York State Assembly at just 23. But tragedy struck in 1884. Within hours, both his mother and his wife died on the same day. In his diary, he drew a large X across the page and wrote, "The light has gone out of my life." Crushed, he left politics and escaped to the Badlands of North Dakota, where he lived as a cowboy, rancher, and frontier philosopher. There, among wild horses and bitter winds, he healed. Refreshed by the West, Roosevelt returned to New York and to public service. He remarried, this time to Edith Kermit Carew, a childhood friend, and together they raised 6 children in a home filled with books, pets, and wild laughter. He served as U.S. Civil Service Commissioner, fighting corruption, president of the New York City Police Board, reforming a scandal-plagued force, and Assistant Secretary of the Navy, modernizing America's fleet. When war with Spain erupted in 1898, Roosevelt resigned his post, formed the Rough Riders, and charged up San Juan Hill in Cuba, becoming a national hero. In 1899, Roosevelt became governor of New York, pushing progressive reforms that frustrated party bosses. To get rid of him, they nominated him as vice president under William McKinley in 1900, thinking he'd disappear into political obscurity. They miscalculated. When McKinley was assassinated in 1901, Roosevelt became the 26th President of the United States, the youngest ever, at just 42 years old. Roosevelt brought new energy to the presidency. He fought for the square deal, promising fairness to labor, business, and consumers alike. He busted monopolies using the Sherman Antitrust Act to break up powerful corporate trusts. He championed railroad regulation, pure food and drug laws, and worker protections. But his heart was often in the wild. He protected over 230 million acres of public land, established 5 national parks, 18 national monuments, and 150 national forests. He summoned naturalist John Muir to camp in Yosemite and dream up conservation together. Roosevelt was the first president to understand the presidency as a bully pulpit, a place from which to rally the people to noble causes. He believed in speaking softly but carrying a big stick. He expanded American influence abroad, negotiated peace in the Russo-Japanese War, earning the Nobel Peace Prize, oversaw the beginning of the Panama Canal, and declared the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, asserting U.S. power in the Western Hemisphere. He balanced diplomacy with decisiveness, elevating America to global prominence. True to his word, Roosevelt did not seek a third term in 1908. Instead, he supported William Howard Taft, his friend and successor. But Taft's presidency disappointed him. Feeling betrayed by what he saw as a retreat from reform, Roosevelt returned in 1912, running as a third-party progressive, the Bull Moose Party. He was shot in the chest during a campaign speech, but insisted on finishing his address before seeking medical help. "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose," he growled. Though he lost the election to Woodrow Wilson, Roosevelt had reshaped American politics and reinvigorated reform movements. Never one to sit still, Roosevelt embarked on an Amazon expedition in 1913. The journey nearly killed him. He caught a tropical infection, lost 60 pounds, and never fully recovered. In his later years, he continued to write, speak, and advocate for American preparedness during World War I. His health faded, but his spirit remained fierce. On January 6, 1919, he died in his sleep. Vice President Thomas Marshall said death had to take him sleeping, for if Roosevelt had been awake, there would have been a fight. Theodore Roosevelt remains one of the most dynamic, complex, and beloved figures in American history. He redefined the presidency as an active force for justice, reform, and moral leadership. He fought for the common man, the natural world, and the soul of America. Though imperfect, at times aggressive, imperialistic, and brash, he never stopped fighting for what he believed was right. He showed that power could be wielded with purpose. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man bounding across the White House lawn, children chasing behind, books under one arm, and a parrot squawking on his shoulder. He pauses to wrestle with a visiting diplomat, then bounds off again, laughing, shouting, dreaming. Because Theodore Roosevelt believed that life must be lived boldly, that justice must be pursued fiercely, and that even a mustache can change the world. William Howard Taft, the Gentle Giant. On September 15th, 1857, in Cincinnati, Ohio, a healthy baby boy named William Howard Taft was born into a world of opportunity. His family was well established in politics and law. His father, Alphonso Taft, served as Attorney General and Secretary of War under President Ulysses S. Grant. Young William was smart, affable, and built like a young oak tree. He excelled in school, developed a love for wrestling, where he was nearly unbeatable, and graduated second in his class from Yale University. He went on to study law, following in his father's footsteps with quiet confidence and an enormous appetite for both justice and pies. Taft was never a man with presidential dreams. His true love was the judiciary, the quiet power of the law, the intellectual thrill of fair argument. He rose through the legal world with grace, served as a judge in Ohio, became Solicitor General of the United States, and was appointed a federal circuit judge, gaining a reputation for careful reasoning and fairness. In 1900, President William McKinley tapped him to lead the Philippine Commission. Taft later served as the first civilian Governor-General of the Philippines, where he gained admiration for his even-handed administration and reformist ideals. President Theodore Roosevelt, a close friend and admirer, brought Taft back to Washington as Secretary of War, grooming him as his political heir. Roosevelt saw in Taft a man of integrity, intellect and gentleness, a steady hand to carry forward progressive reforms. In 1908, with Roosevelt's full backing, Taft was elected the 27th President of the United States. But Taft, ever the jurist, never quite took to politics. Taft's presidency was defined by his loyalty to the law and the Constitution. He prosecuted more antitrust cases than Roosevelt, including against U.S. Steel and Standard Oil, strengthened the Interstate Commerce Commission, and advocated for tariff reform, though his efforts were politically costly. He supported the 16th Amendment, authorizing a federal income tax, promoted judicial reform, and expanded civil service protection. But his quiet style clashed with Roosevelt's flair, and his cautious approach frustrated progressives who craved bold action. Their friendship soured. Roosevelt grew disillusioned with what he saw as Taft's retreat from progressive ideals. In 1912, Roosevelt ran against him as a third-party candidate, forming the Bull Moose Party. The Republican vote split, and Woodrow Wilson won the election. Taft took the laws with dignity, returning to Yale to teach law and reflect on the bruises of politics. Though his presidency was mixed in success and shadowed by Roosevelt's larger-than-life presence, Taft's dream was yet to come true. In 1921, President Warren G. Harding appointed Taft as Chief Justice of the United States, a role he had always longed for. As Chief Justice, Taft modernized the federal judiciary, advocated for the construction of the Supreme Court building, giving the court its own physical home, and presided over landmark cases with grace and dignity. He became the only person in U.S. history to lead both the executive and judicial branches of government. Taft served as Chief Justice until just weeks before his death. He had found his true calling, and it gave him great joy. He passed away on March 8, 1930, and was buried in Arlington National Cemetery, the first president to be laid to rest there. Despite popular myths, such as the often exaggerated tale of getting stuck in a White House bathtub, Taft's legacy is not one of laughter, but of legal excellence, measured reform, and profound service. He was a man of substance in a time of spectacle, a thinker in a world of shouters. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a large man seated at a wide desk, spectacles on the tip of his nose, a soft smile on his face as he reads the Constitution by lamplight. Because William Howard Taft believed that true greatness doesn't shout. It reasons, it listens, and it lasts. Woodrow Wilson, the Professor President. On December 28, 1856, in Staunton, Virginia, a baby named Thomas Woodrow Wilson was born into a deeply religious Presbyterian household. The Civil War would soon erupt, and young Tommy, as he was known, grew up amid sermons, Confederate cannon fire, and Reconstruction. He was a slow learner early on, likely dyslexic, but his determination and love for words burned bright. Books became his companions, and he found solace in language, ideas, and the rhythms of rhetoric. Wilson earned degrees from Princeton University, the University of Virginia Law School, and a PhD from Johns Hopkins University, making him the only US president with a PhD. He became a professor of political science, then the president of Princeton, where he pushed educational reform and clashed with elite alumni. Though reserved in manner, his mind pulsed with purpose. Wilson's academic fame caught the eye of New Jersey Democrats, who saw in him a clean, reform figure to counter party corruption. In 1910, he was elected governor of New Jersey, where he surprised everyone by actually cleaning up the party machine. Within 2 years, he was the Democratic nominee for president, running on the promise of a new freedom. He won the elections of 1912, aided by the Republican vote being split between William Howard Taft and Theodore Roosevelt. Wilson entered the White House in 1913 as the 28th President of the United States, bringing his scholarly vision to life on a national stage. Wilson's first term was a whirlwind of progressive reform. He signed the Federal Reserve Act, creating the central banking system still in use today. He established the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, to fight monopolies. He passed the Clayton Antitrust Act to strengthen antitrust laws. He supported the 16th Amendment, federal income tax, and the 17th Amendment, direct election of senators. He signed the Underwood Tariff Act, reducing tariffs and creating a graduated income tax. Though progressive economically, Wilson's views on race were deeply flawed. His administration segregated federal offices, a shameful step backward. When World War I erupted in 1914, Wilson pledged neutrality, urging Americans to remain impartial in thought as well as in action. But as German U-boats sank ships and the Zimmermann telegram proposed a German-Mexican alliance, Wilson was forced to act. In 1917, he asked Congress for a declaration of war to make the world safe for democracy. Wilson mobilized the nation, oversaw a massive draft and military build-up, managed wartime production and propaganda, and supported controversial restrictions on civil liberties, including the Espionage and Sedition Acts. The war ended in 1918, with Wilson hailed as a world leader and peace architect. He travelled to Paris in 1919 for the Versailles Peace Conference, becoming the first sitting US president to visit Europe. There, he proposed his visionary 14 points: open diplomacy, free trade, national self-determination, and, most importantly, the creation of a League of Nations to prevent future wars. But the Treaty of Versailles punished Germany harshly. Wilson, desperate to preserve the League, accepted the compromise. Back home, opposition in the US Senate, led by Henry Cabot Lodge, doomed the treaty. The US never joined the League, a heartbreaking defeat for Wilson. In 1919, while campaigning for the League, Wilson suffered a massive stroke. He was left partially paralyzed and blind in one eye. For months, the White House concealed the severity of his condition. His wife, Edith Wilson, essentially ran the executive branch, one of the most unusual chapters in presidential history. Wilson, though weakened, clung to his ideals. He received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1920, but was too ill to enjoy the honor. He finished his term in 1921 and retired to a quiet home in Washington, D.C., where he died on February 3rd, 1924. Wilson's legacy is complex. He reshaped the presidency, expanded federal power, and guided the nation through a global war. He laid the foundation for international cooperation and institutions like the United Nations. He championed progressive economics, even as he failed morally on racial justice. He was a man of paradox, idealistic and stubborn, visionary and flawed, brilliant and blind to parts of his own prejudice. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a slender man in a high-backed chair, pen in hand, glasses perched at the edge of his nose. Maps and treaties are sprawled across his desk. He speaks softly, but carries the weight of a world in his words. Because Woodrow Wilson believed that ideas could change nations, and that peace, though fragile, was worth fighting for with words as much as weapons. Warren G. Harding, The Shadow and the Smile. On November 2nd, 1865, in the quiet village of Blooming Grove, Ohio, a baby boy named Warren Gamaliel Harding was born to a country doctor and a midwife mother. Raised in the rolling farmland of rural America, young Warren grew up loving music, community, and newspapers. Harding wasn't a prodigy, but he was charismatic, warm, and endlessly likable. He graduated from Ohio Central College, then drifted into journalism, buying a struggling local paper in Marion, Ohio, and transforming it into a successful business. He soon married Florence Kling DeWolf, a strong-willed and ambitious woman who managed his finances and, many would argue, his career. Together, they became a local power couple, he with his charm, she with her savvy. Harding's public appeal, his smooth baritone voice, his easy manner, and his dignified presence made him a natural in politics. He served in the Ohio State Senate, became lieutenant governor, and later was elected to the U.S. Senate in 1914. Harding was not known for bold ideas or fiery rhetoric. He was a conciliator, a man who preferred peace and compromise over conflict. In a nation recovering from World War I and the emotional exhaustion of Wilsonian idealism, that calmness was exactly what people wanted. In 1920, the Republican Party needed a safe, unifying figure. After several dramatic candidates failed to gain traction, they turned to Harding, a genial, uncontroversial senator with the national appeal. His campaign slogan, "Return to Normalcy," resonated with Americans craving peace, simplicity, and a break from upheaval. Harding won by a landslide, defeating James M. Cox and becoming the 29th President of the United States. It was the first election in which women could vote nationwide, and Harding's easy charm won their favour too. The early 1920s were a time of economic boom and cultural change. Jazz music soared, automobiles roared, and Americans wanted to enjoy life. Harding advocated for pro-business policies, reduced taxes, especially on corporations and the wealthy, established the Bureau of the Budget to improve government efficiency, and supported immigration restrictions by signing the Emergency Quota Act. He appointed capable men to key cabinet posts, Charles Evans Hughes, Andrew Mellon, and Herbert Hoover, but also appointed close friends and political cronies, members of the so-called Ohio Gang. many of whom were far less honourable. Harding's personal life was filled with contradiction. He was friendly, optimistic, and fond of poker and storytelling, but also prone to poor judgment in choosing associates. Several scandals rocked his administration after his death. The most infamous, the Teapot Dome scandal, involved the secret leasing of federal oil reserves for bribes. Corruption also plagued the Veterans Bureau and the Justice Department. Though there's no evidence Harding personally profited, he had trusted the wrong people, and the consequences stained his legacy. Privately, Harding was tormented. He reportedly told a friend, "I can deal with my enemies, but my friends, my damn friends, they're the ones who keep me walking the floor at night." In 1923, Harding embarked on a cross-country tour he called the Voyage of Understanding to reconnect with the American people. But the stress of the presidency, and perhaps his own internal guilt, took its toll. On August 2nd, 1923, while in San Francisco, Harding died suddenly of a heart attack. He was just 57. His death stunned the nation. Americans mourned the loss of a leader they saw as kind, comforting, and fatherly. At first, Harding was remembered warmly, but as the scandals emerged, his reputation plummeted. For decades, historians ranked him among the worst presidents. Yet in recent years, some have re-examined Harding's legacy. He was the first president to openly advocate for civil rights for African Americans, calling for equal education and political participation. He pardoned Eugene Debs, the socialist leader imprisoned under Wilson. He championed peace through disarmament, hosting the Washington Naval Conference, which limited battleship construction among world powers. He was a man of great empathy, but limited control. A president who meant well, but misjudged deeply. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man at a card table in the White House, chuckling softly, a hand of aces tucked under his elbow, the smell of cigars curling into the chandelier light. He's charming, worn down, and full of contradictions. Because Warren G. Harding believed that healing mattered more than headlines, and though his shadows were many, his smile still reached the people. Calvin Coolidge, The Quiet Torch. Once upon a time in the green hills of Vermont, under skies filled with stillness and stars, a baby boy was born on July the 4th, 1872, destined to become one of the quietest and most surprising leaders in American history. His name was John Calvin Coolidge, Jr., but history would remember him simply as Cal, the man of few words and fierce convictions. From the start, Calvin lived simply. He grew up in a small town called Plymouth Notch, where his father was a hard-working storekeeper, constable, and justice of the peace. His mother died when he was just 12. Her absence, like a whisper through the trees, never left him. It shaped his solemn soul, wrapping him in a quiet sadness that he carried with deep grace. Coolidge wasn't loud, he wasn't flashy. He didn't charm rooms or roar with laughter. But what he was steady, thoughtful, a man who listened more than he spoke, and who measured every word like it was gold dust. He went to Amherst College, where he blossomed intellectually, then studied law and entered politics through the most traditional of doors: small-town service, dedication, and sheer reliability. In an age of political bluster, Calvin Coolidge rose quietly but consistently, from city councilman to mayor, then to state senator, lieutenant governor, and finally governor of Massachusetts. It was during his time as governor that the nation took notice. In 1919, the Boston police force went on strike and chaos broke out. Coolidge, calm and unshaken, called in the National Guard and refused to reinstate the striking officers. There is no right to strike against the public safety by anybody, anywhere, anytime, he said. It became a national quote. And just like that, the quiet man from Vermont was thrust into the national spotlight. In 1920, the Republican Party tapped him to be vice president under Warren G. Harding. And then, fate intervened. On August 2nd, 1923, President Harding died suddenly during a trip to the West. Coolidge, visiting his family home in Vermont, was awakened in the middle of the night by a messenger. In that humble farmhouse, lit by a single kerosene lamp, his father, a notary public, administered the presidential oath of office in their sitting room. No grandeur, no headlines, just a father, a son, and a moment that changed history. Coolidge now found himself president of a nation still healing from World War I and rushing headfirst into the Roaring Twenties. From 1923 to 1929, Coolidge presided over one of the most economically prosperous periods in American history. He believed in limited government, low taxes, and staying out of people's way. His mantra, "The business of America is business." He reduced the national debt, cut government spending, and oversaw a booming stock market. Unemployment dropped, industry soared, and he resisted the temptation to interfere too much in the whirlwind growth of the time. Coolidge didn't seek the spotlight. He didn't crave approval. He held press conferences, but often gave reporters little more than a nod and a blink. Yet behind that cool exterior was a man who read poetry, adored animals, especially his beloved white collie Rob Roy, and mourned privately when his teenage son Calvin Jr. died suddenly in 1924. That tragedy nearly crushed him. But he carried on with quiet courage. Coolidge had a subtle sense of humour, dry as a New England winter. Once, a woman at a dinner party told him she'd made a bet she could get more than 2 words out of him. His reply, "You lose." His wife, Grace Coolidge, was his opposite, vivacious, warm, and utterly devoted to him. She softened his silence and brought light to the White House. Together, they were a balance of restraint and charm. In 1928, Coolidge stunned the nation by choosing not to run for re-election. "I do not choose to run for president in 1928, he said. And that was that. He returned to private life, gave speeches, wrote his memoirs, and stayed out of the headlines. He died in 1933, just before the Great Depression swallowed the country. He'd helped shepherd through years of economic boom. His legacy is often debated. Some see him as a hands-off president who missed warning signs. Others admire his humility, discipline, and respect for constitutional limits. What's certain is that Calvin Coolidge governed with an inner strength that didn't need a microphone. He was a man of silence in an age of noise, a calm lighthouse during stormy growth, a figure who taught us that sometimes doing less means doing exactly enough. And so, in the gentle stillness of our bedtime story, we leave Silent Cal under the Vermont stars, his legacy echoing in every deliberate pause, every thoughtful decision, and every dream of quieter, steadier days. Herbert Hoover, The Weight of Kindness. Once upon a time in the windswept fields of Iowa, a small boy with kind eyes and a quiet spirit was born on August 10th, 1874. His name was Herbert Clark Hoover, and though the world would one day remember him as the president who faced down the Great Depression, his story began with the aching silence of a loss. Both of Herbert's parents died before he turned 10. Orphaned and adrift, young Herbert was sent west to live with an uncle in Oregon. It was there, among the misty forests and stoic silence of the Pacific Northwest, that he learned the value of work, humility, and perseverance. He didn't speak much, but when he did, he meant it. Herbert Hoover wasn't born into privilege, but he carved his way toward it with raw determination. He enrolled in Stanford University as part of its very first class in 1891, studying geology. Money was tight. He worked odd jobs, stoking furnaces, doing laundry, even managing the football team. But grit was his second language. After graduation, Hoover became a mining engineer, travelling across the globe, Australia, China, and beyond, managing operations and amassing a tidy fortune. He was known not just for his technical brilliance, but for his fair treatment of workers, a rarity in his era. And yet, as his wealth grew, so did his compassion. When World War I erupted, Hoover transformed from wealthy engineer to global humanitarian. In 1914, he organized relief for Americans stranded in Europe. That same year, he launched the Commission for Relief in Belgium, delivering food to millions of civilians trapped behind enemy lines. It was the largest humanitarian effort the world had ever seen. One Belgian child called him the man who fed us when no one else would. By the end of the war, he had fed not just Belgium, but Poland, Austria, Armenia, and more. People began calling him the Great Humanitarian. And President Woodrow Wilson took notice and made Hoover the U.S. Food Administrator, asking Americans to Hooverize by conserving food. And they did, voluntarily, because they trusted him. Despite his immense popularity, Hoover didn't want to be a politician, but the country wanted him. After serving as Secretary of Commerce under Presidents Harding and Coolidge, Hoover reluctantly accepted the Republican nomination for president in 1928. He ran on a message of prosperity and efficiency, and it worked. He won by a landslide. Only months into his presidency, the world shifted beneath his feet. In October 1929, the stock market crashed. Banks failed. Jobs disappeared. Families lost everything. What began as an economic slump quickly spiraled into the Great Depression, the worst in U.S. history. Hoover, the brilliant organizer and rescuer of Europe, now faced a disaster at home. And though he tried to help creating public works programs, encouraging business cooperation, and forming relief loans, he believed deeply in limited government and voluntary action, not direct federal aid. To a nation desperate for food and jobs, his restraint felt like indifference. Prosperity is just around the corner, he insisted. But that corner never came. Shanty towns sprang up across the country and were mockingly dubbed Hoovervilles. The once great humanitarian now found himself vilified, a man out of step with the desperate mood of the country. But Hoover was not heartless. He was overwhelmed, haunted. He worked tirelessly behind the scenes, refusing to take a salary as president and donating large portions of his fortune to relief efforts. But the public wanted immediate, visible help, and in that, Hoover's philosophical restraint became his political undoing. In 1932, he lost re-election in a landslide to Franklin D. Roosevelt. He left office defeated, exhausted, and deeply misunderstood. Yet Hoover's story didn't end there. He lived for 31 more years, becoming one of the longest-lived former presidents in history. And in that time, he quietly rebuilt his reputation, not as a political figure, but as a public servant. President Truman, decades later, asked Hoover to lead post-World War II food relief efforts in Europe. Once again, the man who had fed the world once before returned to feed it again, older, wiser, and still moved by compassion. He also chaired the Hoover Commission, aimed at making the federal government more efficient. He kept writing, thinking, and serving until the very end. Herbert Hoover died on October 20th, 1964, at the age of 90. By then, time had softened the edges of public judgment. People remembered the orphan who became a global humanitarian, the engineer who helped feed nations, the man who, though not a successful president, had been a remarkable human being. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture an old man seated at a desk filled with papers and maps. He is not speaking to crowds, he is feeding them. Because Herbert Hoover believed that leadership begins not with speeches, but with service, and that even when the world turns its back, kindness still matters. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, The Fireside Light. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was born on January 30th, 1882, in the grand whispering hills of Hyde Park, New York, a place of rolling trees, Hudson River winds, and wealth as quiet as the carpets underfoot. He was the only child of James Roosevelt, a wealthy railroad vice president, and Sarah Delano Roosevelt, a fiercely devoted mother whose influence would stretch far beyond his childhood. He was raised not to work, but to lead. He spoke French before he could properly ride a horse. Tutors were brought in. Latin was served at breakfast. Summers were spent in Europe. He sailed, read endlessly, and wore silk shirts pressed with maternal precision. He was a golden boy, a chosen one from a family that spoke in calm tones and dined under chandeliers. And yet, privilege doesn't prevent destiny from testing you. At Harvard University, Franklin was charming but not academic. He was drawn more to the buzz of conversation than to the pages of textbooks. He edited the Harvard Crimson, smiled a lot, and made connections. It was also during this time that he became captivated by his distant cousin, the magnetic, mustachioed President Theodore Roosevelt. Teddy's swagger lit something in Franklin, a belief that he too could be a leader, not just an observer. He went on to attend Columbia Law School, though he found the law dull. The bar exam was passed more from effort than passion. Still, he was now a lawyer, a young gentleman with ambition and an elegant gait. In 1905, he married Eleanor Roosevelt, his fifth cousin once removed, in a wedding that would change the course of the nation. Eleanor was brilliant, shy and observant. Her uncle, none other than President Theodore Roosevelt, walked her down the aisle. Together, they were mismatched but destined. Franklin was sunny, smooth, and social. Eleanor was serious, sensitive, and independent. Their bond was sometimes romantic, sometimes painful, but always profound. Politics came naturally to Franklin. In 1910, he was elected to the New York State Senate. His name, his charm, and his confidence made him a rising star in the Democratic Party. Then came Washington. Under President Woodrow Wilson, Franklin was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy in 1913. He adored the job. He loved the power, the uniforms, the sense of mission. During World War I, he modernized the Navy, visited war fronts, and dreamed of following Wilson into the White House. In 1920, he ran as the Democratic vice presidential candidate. They lost. But no matter. Franklin was now a household name. The spotlight had found him. And then, everything changed. In 1921, while vacationing at Campobello Island, Franklin Roosevelt was struck down by a sudden fever. Within days, he could no longer walk. The diagnosis: polio. He was 39 years old. It was not just a physical blow, it was existential. A man bred for motion, now paralyzed from the waist down. Many thought his career was over. A crippled man could not be president. But Franklin refused to surrender. He spent years fighting, water therapy, metal braces, sheer will. He never walked unaided again, but he trained himself to appear as though he could. He taught himself how to stand, how to grip podiums tightly enough to hide the truth. Behind closed doors he struggled, but in public he smiled, and through pain he found empathy. In his suffering, Roosevelt became not just a leader, but a human leader, one who understood pain, fear, and the quiet despair of everyday people. Polio didn't end his life, it forged his soul. In 1928, he became governor of New York. His leadership during the early days of the Great Depression was bold and compassionate. Relief programs, public works, direct aid. He believed government could and should help. By 1932, the country was drowning in economic collapse. President Hoover seemed helpless. Banks failed. Unemployment soared. Bread lines wrapped around city blocks. The people needed hope. And they turned to Roosevelt. He won in a landslide. In March 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt became President of the United States. In the first 100 days of his presidency, Roosevelt passed an avalanche of legislation. The New Deal, banking reforms, emergency relief, massive infrastructure projects. Programs like the CCC, WPA, TVA, and FDIC were born. He created Social Security. He put people to work. He gave speeches called fireside chats, speaking directly to the American people via radio, his warm voice offering reassurance in their living rooms. He didn't fix everything, but he made people believe again. He was elected 4 times, the only president to serve more than 2 terms. And through it all, the Depression, the Dust Bowl, the rise of fascism, he stayed calm, confident, and determined. Then came war. In 1939, Hitler invaded Poland. World War II began. Roosevelt tried to keep America neutral, but he knew it would come for them eventually. And it did. On December 7th, 1941, when Pearl Harbor was attacked, Roosevelt gave one of the most iconic speeches in history, a date which will live in infamy. The US entered the war, and Roosevelt became a wartime president. He worked with Churchill and Stalin, created the Lend-Lease Act, mobilized American industry, and led the Allies toward victory. Behind the scenes, his health was fading. He looked older, thinner, worn. Still, he ran for a 4th term in 1944 and won. But just months into the final term, in April 1945, Roosevelt traveled to Warm Springs, Georgia, his beloved polio retreat. On April 12th, 1945, he suffered a massive cerebral hemorrhage and died at the age of 63. The world mourned, soldiers wept. Ordinary people cried in kitchens, on farms, and in factories. Vice President Harry S. Truman said it best. He belonged to the world, to history, and to us. Franklin D. Roosevelt changed the presidency forever. He made it a force for direct action. He believed that government had a duty to care for the people, not as a handout, but as a promise. He led America through its darkest economic hours and into dawn of victory in the largest war ever fought. His face is on the dime, his words still echo, and his courage, behind a podium, behind a smile, behind paralyzed legs, remains one of the most powerful testaments to resilience ever written. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, picture a man seated near a fire, his legs braced, papers in his lap, voice steady. He leans into the microphone, not just to speak, but to reassure a nation. Because Franklin Delano Roosevelt believed that leadership is a light, not blinding, but warm. And that in the darkest moments, it is courage that carries us forward. Harry S. Truman. The buck stops here. Born on May 8, 1884 in Lamar, Missouri, Harry Truman arrived with no fanfare, no destined legacy, and no silver spoon. His parents, John and Martha Truman, were humble farmers. His middle initial S didn't even stand for anything, just a nod to both his grandfathers, Solomon and Ship. As a child, Harry was quiet, kind, and endlessly curious. He wore thick glasses and read voraciously. Plutarch, the Bible, Shakespeare, history books. He played the piano beautifully. He adored his mother and often quoted her words, "Be good, Harry." He worked on the family farm for years, ploughing fields, tending crops, and building a quiet resilience. No one expected him to become president, not even him. In World War I, Harry volunteered for the army despite his poor eyesight. He trained in Oklahoma, where he learned how to command respect, not with force, but with fairness. Sent to France in 1918, he led a battery of artillerymen in combat. Under fire, Truman proved brave and steady. His men respected him. He wrote heartfelt letters home to his beloved Bess Wallace, his childhood crush since age 6. After the war, he returned to Missouri and married Bess. He opened a haberdashery, a men's clothing store, with a friend. After a brief success, it failed in the early 1920s. Still, Truman refused to declare bankruptcy. He paid off his debts over 15 years, every cent. He had no money, no job, and no real future in sight. And then came politics. Truman was pulled into public service by Tom Pendergast, a powerful Kansas City political boss. He wasn't proud of the connection, but it gave him his start. He was elected as a county judge, and later, in 1934, became a U.S. senator. In Washington, people underestimated him, this plain-spoken man from Missouri. But he listened, he worked hard, and during World War II, he led the Truman Committee, investigating defense spending and saving the country billions of dollars. He became known as honest, practical, relentless. By 1944, President Franklin D. Roosevelt needed a new vice president. Party leaders chose Truman, a safe, modest man with few enemies. He accepted humbly. He served 82 days as vice president. Then, on April 12, 1945, Roosevelt died. Harry Truman became president. It was said that when Eleanor Roosevelt told Truman the news of FDR's death, He asked her, "Is there anything I can do for you?" And she replied, "Is there anything we can do for you? You're the one in trouble now." Indeed, he was. The war in Europe was nearly over, but in the Pacific, the Japanese refused to surrender. And on his desk lay a secret, the Manhattan Project, the atomic bomb. Truman had barely known of its existence before becoming president. Now he alone had to decide whether to use it. On August 6th, 1945, the first bomb fell on Hiroshima. 3 days later, Nagasaki. The world changed forever. Japan surrendered. World War II was over. Truman's decision remains one of the most debated in history. But to him, it was simple. End the war, save lives, stop future suffering. He never apologized. He bore it as a soldier bears weight, with quiet endurance. With the war over, Truman now faced the peace. He helped found the United Nations. He supported the Marshall Plan, which rebuilt Europe. He recognized the State of Israel. He implemented the Truman Doctrine, pledging support to nations threatened by communism. He desegregated the US military, a bold and moral act that laid foundations for the civil rights movement. He ran for re-election in 1948, despite being mocked as unelectable. Newspapers even printed early editions proclaiming his defeat. And yet, he won, against all odds. A stunning upset. He held up that famous newspaper, "Dewey defeats Truman," with a grin as wide as Missouri. The Cold War began to settle over the world like frost. The Berlin airlift saved a city from starvation. The Korean War broke out in 1950. Truman committed troops without a formal declaration of war, starting a precedent that would echo for decades. Domestically, he clashed with Congress. He vetoed bills. He fought for national health insurance, but failed to pass it. He faced strikes, criticism, and deepening Cold War fear. But through it all, he stayed true to his sign. The buck stops here. No excuses. No blame shifting. Just leadership. In 1952, Truman chose not to run again. He returned to Missouri with Bess, to a simple house in Independence, where he walked daily, wrote his memoirs by hand, and insisted on answering his own telephone. He lived modestly, refusing to cash in on his fame. He had no presidential pension. He even paid for his own postage stamps. He died on December 26th, 1972, at the age of 88, and a nation mourned. Harry Truman wasn't flashy. He wasn't charismatic. But he was honest, courageous, and utterly human. He took the toughest job in the world and led with conscience. He made history, not with ego, but with duty. And in time, history judged him not as a caretaker, but as a builder, a moral compass. A president who stood up, made the hard calls, and never looked away. Dwight D. Eisenhower, the gentle general. Dwight David Eisenhower, called Ike since he was a baby, was born on October 14th, 1890, in Denison, Texas. But it was the flat farmlands of Abilene, Kansas, that shaped him. One of 7 brothers, Ike was raised in a working-class family with deep religious values and a strong sense of personal discipline. His mother, Ada, was gentle but firm. His father, David, was quiet and reserved. Life wasn't easy. The Eisenhowers lived modestly, sharing chores, hand-me-downs, and dreams. Young Ike loved history, fishing, and football. He had a temper, once punching a tree until his knuckles bled after being denied permission to go trick-or-treating. But he also had humility, once choosing to repeat a school year rather than let a younger brother fall behind alone. Leadership was already in his blood. In 1911, after a few misfires in his career path, Eisenhower secured a spot at West Point Military Academy. He wasn't at the top of his class, but he impressed professors with his balance of logic, charm, and perseverance. He graduated in 1915, joining what many later called the class the stars fell on, a generation of officers destined to become generals. World War I was raging by the time Ike was commissioned, but to his frustration he never saw combat. Instead, he trained tank crews at home and studied military theory with quiet obsession. He married Mamie Dowd in 1916, a socialite from Iowa with a sharp wit and infinite patience. Their marriage was full of mutual affection, long separations, and shared resilience. They had 2 sons, one of whom died young, leaving a scar Ike never spoke of. It wasn't until World War II that Eisenhower became a household name. Though he'd never led troops in battle, his brilliance in logistics, coordination and diplomacy caught the attention of top brass, including General George Marshall, who saw in him the future of Allied command. By 1943, Eisenhower was named Supreme Commander of Allied forces in Europe. It was his job to unify American, British, French, Canadian, and countless other forces, managing egos the size of continents while planning the most complex military operation in history, D-Day. On June 6, 1944, under Ike's command, Allied forces stormed the beaches of Normandy. The invasion was brutal, bloody, and decisive. It cracked Hitler's grip on Europe and changed the course of the war. Before the battle, Eisenhower, ever humble, wrote a letter accepting full responsibility in case it failed. It didn't fail. The world hailed him as a hero. After the war, Eisenhower served briefly as president of Columbia University, then as the first supreme commander of NATO. He was loved not just in America, but around the world, praised for his fairness, warmth, and unshakable calm. Both political parties begged him to run for president. He chose the Republican Party. In 1952, with the slogan, "I like Ike," plastered across the country, he won the election by a landslide. He had never held elected office before, but he knew how to lead. Eisenhower's presidency, 1953 to 1961, was marked not by fiery speeches or sweeping ideology, but by quiet competence. He balanced the budget. He kept America out of war. He negotiated peace in Korea. He warned against nuclear escalation and advocated for diplomacy over aggression. At home, he expanded Social Security, supported the GI Bill, and signed the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956, creating the Interstate Highway System, the largest public works project in U.S. history. He enforced school desegregation, sending federal troops to Little Rock, Arkansas in 1957 to protect black students entering a previously all-white school. He didn't shout slogans, he acted. He was the kind of leader who believed stability itself was a form of strength. And yet, under that calm exterior was a keen awareness of danger. He warned America of a rising military-industrial complex in his farewell address, cautioning the country not to lose its soul to endless arms races and profit-driven warfare. Eisenhower left the presidency in 1961 and returned to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, to a simple farmhouse with Mamie. He wrote his memoirs, played golf, and received endless visitors, soldiers, presidents, admirers. When John F. Kennedy was inaugurated, Eisenhower stood proudly behind him, grateful, respectful, and quietly symbolic of the transition from war to youth. He died on March 28, 1969, at the age of 78. His last words were, "I want to go. God take me?" Dwight D. Eisenhower was not a thunderous man. He didn't crave adoration. But he held the world together at its most fragile moments. He planned D-Day. He built highways that stitched a nation. He guided the Cold War with a steady hand. And when the weight of leadership was too heavy for others, he carried it lightly. He remains one of the most admired presidents in US history, a man of quiet dignity, calm courage, and an enduring belief that peace was something you had to plan for every day. John F. Kennedy, the spark of Camelot. John Fitzgerald Kennedy was born on May 29, 1917, in Brookline, Massachusetts, into a world of polished shoes, Harvard ties, and whispered expectations. He was the second son of Joseph P. Kennedy Sr., a wealthy businessman and political power broker, and Rose Fitzgerald Kennedy, the daughter of a mayor. The Kennedys were more than just rich. They were building a dynasty. Young Jack, as his family called him, was sickly and small. Illness plagued his childhood. Scarlet fever, back issues, digestive problems, and yet his spirit sparkled. He read voraciously, had a sharp wit, and a rogue's grin. Charm came to him like breathing. While his older brother Joe Jr. was groomed to be president, Jack was seen as the clever second son, until destiny changed its mind. Jack attended Harvard University, studying international affairs and writing an honours thesis that became a best-selling book, Why England Slept. He was fascinated by politics, power, and history's great turning points. Then came World War II. Jack joined the Navy, commanding a patrol torpedo boat, PT-109, in the Pacific. In 1943, his boat was rammed by a Japanese destroyer, leaving his crew stranded in shark-infested waters. Injured, Jack swam miles while dragging a wounded sailor by his life jacket strap held in his teeth. They survived. He returned a hero, but with chronic back pain that would haunt him for life. He barely spoke of his valour. He didn't need to. In 1946, after Joe Jr. was tragically killed in combat, Jack was propelled into the political arena. He ran for Congress and won. Then the Senate. In 1953, he married Jacqueline Bouvier, a sophisticated journalist and icon in the making. Together, they were elegant, magnetic, and unmistakably modern. Behind closed doors, Jack battled Addison's disease and lived on daily injections. But in public, he shined. Witty, polished, and full of poetic idealism, his speeches stirred the soul. He didn't just speak to minds, he spoke to hearts. In 1960, at just 43 years old, he ran for president against Richard Nixon. He was young, Catholic, charismatic. In the first ever televised debates, his calm confidence contrasted Nixon's pale, sweaty nervousness. The nation fell in love, and he won by one of the slimmest margins in US history. John F. Kennedy was inaugurated on January 20th, 1961. Snow dusted the Capitol. Robert Frost recited poetry, and Jack gave a speech that would echo for generations. Ask not what your country can do for you. The White House came alive with Jackie Kennedy's grace. The nation watched concerts, state dinners, and glittering art. They called it Camelot, a fleeting era of youth, culture, and hope. But the presidency was no fairy tale. In his first months, he faced the Bay of Pigs, a failed CIA invasion of Cuba that embarrassed the administration. Jack took full responsibility. Then came the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, the closest the world has ever come to nuclear war. Soviet missiles in Cuba, tense negotiations, military advisors urging attack. But Jack held the line. He chose diplomacy, blockade, and calm communication with Khrushchev, and the world stepped back from the brink. He emerged stronger, wiser, unshaken. JFK launched the space race, promising to send a man to the moon before the decade's end. It was bold, expensive, and daring, but to him it symbolized possibility. Back on Earth, the civil rights movement swelled. JFK was cautious at first, careful not to lose Southern support. But over time, especially under pressure from leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., he stepped forward. In 1963, he delivered a national address on civil rights. We are confronted primarily with a moral issue. The heart of the question is whether all Americans are to be afforded equal rights and equal opportunities. It was a turning point. He proposed the Civil Rights Act and began to shift the soul of the nation. On November 22, 1963, President Kennedy rode in an open-top car through Dallas, Texas, waving and smiling. Jackie was by his side in pink. At 12:30 p.m., shots rang out. He was struck twice. The motorcade raced to Parkland Hospital, but it was too late. He was 46 years old. The nation was shattered. People wept in streets. Children asked if the world was ending. Jackie refused to change out of her blood-stained suit. "Let them see what they've done," she said. Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson took the oath of office just hours later aboard Air Force One. Camelot was gone. John F. Kennedy was laid to rest in Arlington National Cemetery beneath an eternal flame that Jackie herself lit. In death, he became more than a man. He became a symbol of youth, of possibility, of dreams unfinished. His vision for civil rights was carried forward by LBJ. His moonshot dream was fulfilled in 1969. His words still echo in speeches, classrooms, and hearts around the world. He was flawed, complex, both brilliant and reckless. He kept secrets, took risks, and lived with pain. But through it all, he inspired. He made people believe they could serve, build, dream. Lyndon B. Johnson, the relentless reformer. Lyndon Baines Johnson was born on August 27, 1908, in a small farmhouse near Stonewall, Texas, a land of dust, stubborn roots, and hard-earned sunrises. His father, Sam Johnson, had once been a Texas legislator, but financial missteps left the family nearly penniless. Lyndon grew up helping on the farm, barefoot at times, scrappy, quick-witted, and fiercely observant. He saw poverty up close. He saw injustice. And unlike others who were hardened by it, he remembered it. He carried it like a spark in his chest. He attended Southwest Texas State Teachers College and taught poor Mexican-American children in tiny classrooms where he saw how hunger and hopelessness could crush potential. It lit a fire in him. He didn't just want power, he wanted to use it. By 1937, Johnson won a seat in Congress during the New Deal era and quickly aligned himself with Franklin D. Roosevelt, whom he idolized. FDR affectionately called him Landslide Lyndon, a cheeky jab at the razor-thin margin by which he'd won. Lyndon was tireless. He worked day and night, learning the system inside and out. He charmed, bullied, bargained, and boomed. He called in favours like a thunder calls down rain. In 1948, he won a controversial Senate seat, again by a whisker. Just 87 votes, earning whispers of fraud and a new nickname, Landslide Lyndon, now with a wink. Once in the Senate, he rose like a rocket. By 1955, he became Senate Majority Leader, the youngest in history, and not just in title. He ran the Senate. He twisted arms, flipped votes, and read people like pages in a book. He was rough. He was brilliant. He was unforgettable. When John F. Kennedy asked LBJ to be his running mate in 1960, it was seen as a strange match. Kennedy was young, elite, and northern. Johnson was older, earthy, and pure Texas. But the partnership helped win the South. As vice president, however, Johnson was sidelined. JFK's inner circle mocked his style. LBJ, used to commanding rooms, found himself in shadows. He hated it, but he waited. And then, on November 22nd, 1963, everything changed. Kennedy was assassinated, and Lyndon B. Johnson became president. Just hours after JFK's death, Johnson took the oath aboard Air Force One with Jackie Kennedy beside him in her blood-stained suit. He was calm, somber, steady. He promised continuity. But what came next was nothing short of revolution. In Kennedy's honour, and propelled by his own ambition, Johnson threw the full weight of the presidency behind a vision grander than any since FDR. The Great Society. LBJ launched a sweeping agenda aimed at ending poverty and promoting racial justice. He passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, banning segregation in public places, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, protecting black Americans at the ballot box, Medicare and Medicaid, giving health care to the elderly and poor. The war on poverty expanded education, food assistance, and job training. It was ambitious, expansive, compassionate. This administration today, here and now, declares unconditional war on poverty in America, he said. And for a while, it worked. Poverty rates dropped, doors opened, hope returned to communities long forgotten. But history is never kind enough to leave a legacy unchallenged. As Johnson waged a war on poverty at home, another war was escalating abroad. Vietnam. Initially small in scope, the US presence ballooned under Johnson. He feared letting communism spread. He feared being seen as weak. He remembered how Truman had been blamed for losing China. So he sent more troops. By 1968, over 500,000 American soldiers were in Vietnam. Televised images showed napalm-burned villages and flag-draped coffins. Protests erupted. Students marched. Cities boiled. Johnson was heartbroken. "I can't get out. I can't finish it. And I can't win it," he once said. The war consumed his presidency. It eclipsed his great society. It drained his soul. On March 31st, 1968, he shocked the nation. "I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president," he declared. LBJ retired to his beloved ranch in Texas, where the land whispered and the rivers rolled. He wrote his memoirs, smoked heavily, and watched the country from a distance, still proud, but weary, still dreaming of what could have been. He died of a heart attack on January 22nd, 1973, just one day after what would have been his second term's end. Lyndon B. Johnson remains one of the most complicated presidents in history. He lifted millions out of poverty, gave rights to the voiceless, transformed healthcare, and redefined government's role in human dignity, and yet he also presided over one of America's most divisive wars, leaving a nation fractured and grieving. He used power not as decoration, but as a tool, a force, a responsibility. Richard M. Nixon. Richard Milhouse Nixon was born on January 9, 1913, in a small home in Yorba Linda, California, a modest place that smelled of lemons, hard work, and quiet dreams. His parents, Francis and Hannah Nixon, were stern and devout Quakers. Money was tight. 2 of Nixon's brothers died young, and grief hung in the family home like heavy drapes. Young Richard grew up in the shadows of loss. He was brilliant but shy, sensitive yet fiercely ambitious. He hated losing. He wasn't flashy, but he was sharp, razor sharp. He earned a scholarship to Harvard but couldn't afford the travel or expenses. Instead, he went to Whittier College, where he developed a reputation as a debater who could outthink anyone, even if they didn't like him very much. He studied law, served in the Navy during World War II, and returned home not with medals, but with grit. He was ready to rise. In 1946, Nixon ran for Congress. A fresh-faced veteran with fire in his belly and a love for strategy. He made a name for himself as an aggressive anti-communist, helping expose a Soviet spy ring in the Olga Hiss case. Then came the Senate, then the vice presidency under Dwight D. Eisenhower. He was young, loyal, tireless, but also awkward. The press disliked him. He sweated on camera. His grin looked forced. People sensed something closed off behind his eyes. Yet he was brilliant. When accused of misusing campaign funds, he gave the famous Chequers speech in 1952, emotional, calculated, and masterful. He saved his career by appealing directly to the public, even mentioning the family dog, Chequers. He stayed on the ticket. He served as vice president for 8 years, respected but never beloved. In 1960, Nixon ran for president against the dazzling John F. Kennedy. The televised debate changed everything. Kennedy appeared confident and elegant. Nixon, pale and sweating, looked tired. He lost narrowly, painfully. Then, in 1962, he ran for governor of California and lost again. Humiliated, bitter, furious, he told reporters, "You won't have Nixon to kick around anymore." It seemed like the end, but Nixon never stayed down for long. In 1968, as America burned with war, protests and assassinations, Nixon returned. He ran as the candidate of law and order. He promised to end the war in Vietnam, bring peace at home, and restore dignity to the presidency. And this time, he won. He became the 37th President of the United States. The comeback was complete. In foreign policy, Nixon was exceptional. With his brilliant advisor Henry Kissinger, he reshaped the global order. In 1972, he made a historic trip to China, opening diplomatic relations after decades of silence. He signed major arms reduction treaties with the Soviet Union. He pulled US troops from Vietnam, replacing them with a policy called Vietnamization. He was cautious, calculated, strategic. At his peak, Nixon was seen as one of the most effective foreign policy presidents in US history. But at home, a storm was brewing. In 1972, 5 men were caught breaking into the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate complex. It seemed minor at first, but behind the scenes there was a cover-up. And behind the cover-up was the president. As journalists Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein dug deeper, as courts issued subpoenas, and as staff began to resign, the truth unfolded like poisoned paper. Nixon had recorded conversations in the Oval Office. The tapes proved he tried to obstruct justice. His words, once powerful, became incriminating. As the walls closed in, his own party turned. Congress prepared for impeachment. Nixon knew he couldn't survive it. On August 8th, 1974, he became the first U.S. president to resign. The next day, he boarded Marine One, waved a stiff farewell, and disappeared into the clouds. Gerald Ford, his successor, issued a full pardon, a decision that divided the country, but spared Nixon a trial. For years, Nixon lived in quiet exile in California, writing books, giving interviews, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, rehabilitating his image. By the time of his death in 1994, he had regained some respect. Foreign leaders praised his mind. Presidents quietly sought his advice. But the scars remained. Richard Nixon is a story of contradiction. He created the Environmental Protection Agency. He advanced civil rights quietly. He reimagined global diplomacy, and yet he abused power. He distrusted democracy. He fell by his own hand. His story is a Shakespearean tale, the rise of a brilliant man crushed not by enemies, but by himself. Gerald R. Ford. The calm after the storm. He was born Leslie Lynch King Jr. on July 14, 1913, in Omaha, Nebraska. But don't worry, history wasn't about to let that name stick. His parents divorced shortly after his birth. His biological father was abusive, and his mother remarried a kind, hard-working paint salesman named Gerald Rudolph Ford. The young boy was renamed Gerald R. Ford Jr. after the man who raised him. He grew up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, with footballs in his hands and calm in his heart, steady, reliable, honest. The kind boy who returned lost wallets and said "sir" without being asked. He excelled in school, worked as a lifeguard, and captained the University of Michigan football team. He was offered spots in the NFL but turned them down. Instead, he chose law and service. Ford studied at Yale Law School, served in the U.S. Navy during World War II, and returned home with quiet medals and an unwavering sense of responsibility. In 1948, he married the vibrant and outspoken Betty Bloomer, a dancer-turned-activist who would become one of the most beloved first ladies in history. That same year, Ford ran for Congress and won. He would go on to serve 25 years in the House of Representatives, never losing an election. He was never flashy, never scandalous, but always reliable. He became House Minority Leader, respected by both parties for his decency, integrity, and stubborn sense of what was right. He never sought glory, he sought balance. And then history came calling. In 1973, after Vice President Spiro Agnew resigned due to corruption, President Richard Nixon nominated Ford to take his place. It was a surprise. He was chosen for one reason: trust. The Senate confirmed him overwhelmingly. Then, just 8 months later, Nixon resigned, and on August 9, 1974, Gerald Ford became President of the United States. the only person in history to assume both the vice presidency and presidency without being elected to either. He stepped into the Oval Office and spoke plainly. "I am acutely aware that you have not elected me as your president by your ballots. So I ask you to confirm me with your prayers." America was raw. Watergate had left the public disillusioned, angry, exhausted. Trust in government was at an all-time low. Ford's mission wasn't grand reform, it was healing. And then he made the boldest move of his presidency. He pardoned Richard Nixon. He believed the nation needed to move forward, that trials and headlines and more scandal would rip the country apart. The decision was deeply unpopular. His approval ratings plummeted. Critics accused him of making a backroom deal. But he didn't flinch. He wrote in his diary, "I was prepared to go down in the polls if it meant doing what I thought was right." He did go down in the polls, but history would eventually forgive him. The economy was struggling. Inflation, unemployment, and energy shortages loomed. Ford tried. He launched the WIN program, Whip Inflation Now, and vetoed more than 50 bills in an effort to curb government spending. He worked with Congress despite a Democratic majority. He kept the country steady through international turmoil, Cold War tensions and the fall of South Vietnam in 1975. But the wounds of Watergate ran deep. In 1976, he faced a fierce challenge from within his own party, Ronald Reagan, and then lost the general election narrowly to Jimmy Carter. Still, when he left office, his approval had recovered. Many saw in him the thing the country most needed: stability. Gerald Ford retired to Palm Springs, gave speeches, wrote his memoirs. He received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the John F. Kennedy Profile in Courage Award, and the respect of many who once criticized him. He lived a long life, loved Betty, watched his children grow, and stayed involved. Always the quiet voice of reason. When he passed away on December 26, 2006, at the age of 93, the nation mourned a good man who had done a difficult job at the hardest of times. Gerald Ford may not be remembered for grand speeches or sweeping reforms, but he should be remembered for this. He restored faith. He led with humility. He made decisions that hurt himself to heal the nation. And in a time of rage, scandal, and disillusionment, he chose grace. Jimmy Carter, the peacemaker. President James Earl Carter Jr. was born on October 1st, 1924, in the rural town of Plains, Georgia, a place so small you could blink and miss it, yet big enough to cradle a future president. He was the first president born in a hospital, but don't let that fool you. Jimmy grew up without electricity or running water until he was a teenager. His father, James Sr., was a stern but fair farmer and businessman. His mother, Lillian, was a compassionate nurse who treated people of all races, often without charge, at a time and place where that was not just rare, but radical. From an early age, Carter absorbed both his father's discipline and his mother's empathy. He worked on the family peanut farm, mending fences, tending crops, and watching the world from behind gentle, curious eyes. He grew up in the deeply segregated South, but unlike many of his peers, Carter questioned what he saw. He believed in justice before he had the words for it. A gifted student, Jimmy enrolled at the U.S. Naval Academy, where he graduated in 1946 in the top 10% of his class. He married Rosalind Smith shortly after, his childhood neighbour, lifelong love, and the woman who would become his quiet partner in both politics and purpose. He served as a nuclear engineer in the Navy under Admiral Hyman Rickover, an experience that instilled in him precision, responsibility, and an obsession with detail. He might have had a long naval career if not for tragedy. In 1953, his father died of cancer. Jimmy resigned from the Navy, packed up his young family, and returned to Plains to take over the family peanut farm, just as his father had done before him. But farming didn't quiet his restless mind. Politics came calling. In 1962, Carter was elected to the Georgia State Senate. As a white man in the Jim Crow South, he took a brave stance by refusing to align with segregationists. His moral compass was locked on justice, and that didn't always win him friends. In 1970, he ran for governor of Georgia. Though he used coded appeals to win the election, he stunned the state in his inaugural address by declaring, "The time for racial discrimination is over." It was a turning point. He reformed the state's government, focused on civil rights, environmental policy, and education, and quickly gained national attention as a Southern Democrat who didn't wear hate on his sleeve. By 1976, after the trauma of Watergate, Americans were desperate for honesty. And who better than a soft-spoken, born-again peanut farmer with a dazzling smile and zero ties to Washington? Jimmy Carter defeated Gerald Ford in a close election, and on January 20th, 1977, he became the 39th President of the United States. He famously walked down Pennsylvania Avenue during his inauguration, holding Rosalind's hand instead of riding in a limousine. He wanted to show the people he was with them, not above them. And he meant it. Carter dove into his presidency with idealism, intelligence, and relentless energy. He created the Department of Energy and the Department of Education. He deregulated airlines and trucking, boosting competition. He pushed for human rights abroad, reshaping US foreign policy. He installed solar panels on the White House roof. He wore cardigans and encouraged Americans to conserve energy. He was the first president to speak about climate change as a genuine threat. And then he made history. In 1978, Carter brokered a peace agreement between Israel and Egypt, two nations that had fought multiple wars. He invited Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin and Egyptian President Anwar Sadat to Camp David, the presidential retreat. There, over 13 agonizing days, Carter walked between the two men like a shepherd, negotiating, listening, pleading. The result? The Camp David Accords, a treaty that ended decades of hostilities and brought peace to the Middle East, at least for a time. Carter considered it his proudest achievement, and the world agreed. He would later win the Nobel Peace Prize. But not yet, because back home, trouble was brewing. Despite his achievements, Carter's presidency was plagued by mounting crises. The energy crisis sent gas prices soaring. Inflation and unemployment rose, creating an economic storm. His approval ratings dropped. His honesty began to look, in the harsh light of politics, like helplessness. Then came Iran. In 1979, the Iranian Revolution overthrew the US-backed Shah. Islamic revolutionaries stormed the US embassy in Tehran, taking 52 American hostages. Carter refused to abandon diplomacy. He tried every peaceful solution. He authorized a rescue mission, which tragically failed. The hostages remained captive for 444 days, a national trauma broadcast on every screen. Americans saw a kind man, but one they feared was ineffective. In 1980, Carter lost re-election to Ronald Reagan in a landslide. The hostages were released minutes after Reagan's inauguration, salt in an already open wound. If his presidency was turbulent, his post-presidency was transformational. Carter founded the Carter Center, working on disease eradication, especially guinea worm disease, promoting free elections across the globe, mediating conflicts on nearly every continent, championing human rights and affordable housing. He even built homes with habitat for humanity well into his 90s. In 2002, he received the Nobel Peace Prize for his decades of humanitarian work. He taught Sunday school. He wrote 30-plus books. He painted. He gardened. He became what many consider the most admirable and impactful former president in history. Even after being diagnosed with brain cancer at 90, he kept working, smiling, and showing up. He became not just respected, but beloved. Jimmy Carter didn't crave power. He carried it lightly, like a farmer carries seeds. He wasn't perfect. He made political missteps. He sometimes seemed too soft for a brutal world. But he led with morality, with faith, with empathy. And in a time of cynicism, he reminded the world that decency matters. Ronald Reagan, the great communicator. Ronald Wilson Reagan was born on February 6, 1911, in the small town of Tampico, Illinois, a sleepy speck in the Midwest, where winters were long and dreams fell far away. His father, Jack Reagan, was a struggling shoe salesman, with Irish roots and a knack for storytelling. His mother, Nell, was a devout and compassionate woman who passed on to Ron both her faith and her sense of idealism. They called him Dutch as a child because of his round little face and haircut. Money was always tight, and Jack battled alcoholism. But Nell made sure their sons grew up with books, hope, and a belief in goodness. Young Ronnie didn't just read books, he acted them out. He was the kind of kid who could turn a snowstorm into Shakespeare. After graduating from Eureka College, where he studied economics and sociology, and starred in theatre productions, of course, Reagan became a radio sports announcer. He had a golden voice and the kind of delivery that made even a baseball game feel like a war epic. Then, in 1937, while in California to cover the Cubs' spring training, he took a screen test with Warner Brothers, and Hollywood said yes. He starred in over 50 films, mostly as the charming everyman or noble soldier. His most famous role playing George Gibb in Newt Rockney, All-American, which earned him the nickname The Gipper, a nickname he'd ride all the way to the White House. He wasn't the biggest star in Hollywood, but he was beloved, reliable, familiar, and behind the scenes, he was changing. Reagan had started out as a Democrat, a supporter of Franklin D. Roosevelt and the New Deal. But as the years passed, and as the Cold War took a hold, he shifted. He grew increasingly wary of big government, unions, and communism. His politics moved right, but his tone remained sunny. He became a spokesman for General Electric, traveling the country, giving speeches about the American dream, free enterprise, and individual freedom. These talks were polished, passionate, pure Reagan. In 1962, he officially switched parties, saying, "I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The party left me." And the stage was set. In 1966, Ronald Reagan ran for governor of California. Critics scoffed, an actor, but the people saw a leader. He won in a landslide, serving 2 terms and surprising many with his seriousness and discipline. He cut spending, battled protests, and proved he could govern. Quietly, his eyes were on Washington. Reagan ran for president in 1976, challenging incumbent Gerald Ford for the Republican nomination. He lost narrowly, but gained national attention for his grace, passion, and powerful convention speech. Then came 1980. Amid economic woes, inflation, and the Iran hostage crisis, America was tired, disillusioned, and anxious. Reagan stood tall, smiling, and asked, "Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?" He won by a landslide. At 69, he became the oldest president elected at the time, and his presidency was just beginning. Reagan's presidency opened with both hope and tension. He survived an assassination attempt just 69 days into his term, shot in the chest but cracking jokes on the way to surgery. "Honey, I forgot to dock." He cut taxes dramatically with Reaganomics, believing in supply side, often dubbed trickle-down, economics and freer markets. He slashed some domestic spending even as defense budgets soared, inflation dropped and growth returned, but inequality widened. The wealthy grew wealthier. Critics called it a gilded age with cracks underneath. Still, he remained wildly popular to millions. He felt like America, optimistic, strong, unapologetically patriotic. Reagan hated communism not just politically, but philosophically. He saw the Soviet Union as the evil empire, but he wasn't all bluster. He escalated the arms race, yes, but also began negotiations. In 1987, standing before the Berlin Wall, he delivered one of history's most iconic lines, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." 2 years later, the wall did fall. He developed an unexpected friendship with Mikhail Gorbachev, working together to sign landmark arms reduction treaties like the INF Treaty, easing tensions and helping to end the Cold War. It was the cowboy and the communist shaking hands for the world to see. But not all was glitter. The Iran-Contra affair, in which the US secretly sold arms to Iran and used the money to fund rebels in Nicaragua, threatened to tarnish his legacy. Reagan claimed he hadn't been aware of the full scope. He was never directly implicated, but the scandal left a mark. Still, by the end of his second term in 1989, Reagan left office with sky-high approval ratings. He had restored American confidence. He had helped win the Cold War. He had made people believe in the dream again. In 1994, Reagan wrote a letter to the American people announcing he had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. "I now begin the journey that will lead me into the sunset of my life. I know that for America there will always be a bright dawn ahead." He lived out his final years with dignity and grace, cared for by Nancy Reagan, his fiercely devoted partner. He died on June 5th, 2004, at the age of 93. Thousands lined the streets to pay their respects. Flags flew at half-staff. The cowboy had ridden into the sunset. Ronald Reagan was a man of contradiction, a believer in small government who grew military spending, a cold warrior who helped end the Cold War, an actor turned president who made the role seem made for him. To some, he was a saviour of capitalism. To others, a symbol of neglect for the poor. But love him or critique him, he mattered. He reshaped American conservatism, redefined leadership through communication, and left behind a country that once again believed in its own story. George H.W. Bush, the Gentleman of the Sea. George Herbert Walker Bush was born on June 12, 1924, in the lush coastal town of Milton, Massachusetts, into a family of privilege, but one where service and humility were ironclad expectations. His father, Prescott Bush, was a banker and U.S. Senator, and his mother, Dorothy, was stern but warm, instilling in young George a deep sense of duty, modesty, and a delightfully self-deprecating sense of humour. The Bush family wasn't loud, they didn't brag. They played tennis, went sailing, and believed in doing the right thing, even when no one was watching. From early on, George, nicknamed Poppy, shined with quiet courage and a relentless drive to make something of himself, not just for his name, but for his country. On his 18th birthday, just after graduating from the elite Phillips Academy in Andover, George enlisted in the U.S. Navy, becoming the youngest naval aviator at the time. He flew torpedo bombers in the Pacific Theater during World War II. In 1944, his plane was hit during a mission over the Bonin Islands. Despite flames engulfing his aircraft, George completed the run, dropped his bombs, and bailed out over the ocean. He was rescued by a U.S. submarine. 2 of his crewmates did not survive. The experience never left him, nor did the weight of responsibility. He returned home with the Distinguished Flying Cross and a sense that his life had been spared for a purpose. After the war, George married Barbara Pierce, his lifelong love, witty sparring partner, and the woman he always said made him laugh more than anyone else on earth. They would go on to have 6 children, including George W. Bush, a future president, and Jeb Bush, a future governor. In 1948, the young family moved to West Texas, where George entered the oil business. He wanted to build a life on his own terms, away from the East Coast establishment. He found success, co-founding an oil company and becoming a millionaire. But money was never the goal. He always had one eye on public service. In 1966, he won a seat in Congress from Texas, and that was only the beginning. If experience were a currency, George H.W. Bush was one of the wealthiest men to ever hold office. Over the next 2 decades, he served as U.S. Representative, Ambassador to the United Nations, Chairman of the Republican National Committee during Watergate, U.S. Envoy to China, and Director of the CIA. Each role polished a different facet of his character. At the UN, he became a diplomat. In China, he biked through backstreets to understand the people. At the CIA, he restored morale after years of scandal. He wasn't flashy, but he was competent, loyal, steady. In 1980, he ran for president but lost the Republican nomination to Ronald Reagan. Then Reagan picked him as his running mate. For 8 years, George H.W. Bush served as Reagan's vice president, a role he approached with trademark humility and loyalty. He defended Reagan during crises, traveled the world, took on domestic and foreign missions, and behind the scenes built relationships with world leaders and Washington insiders alike. People joked about his awkward speeches, his Bushisms, but behind the gaffes was a man of razor-sharp intellect and quiet confidence. In 1988, he ran for president again, and this time he won. George H.W. Bush became the 41st President of the United States on January 20th, 1989, succeeding his friend and predecessor, Ronald Reagan. At his inauguration, he called for a kinder, gentler nation. He promised to be a bridge between generations, between parties, and between America and the world. And then history knocked. Bush's presidency was marked by global transformation. In 1989, the Berlin Wall fell. In 1991, the Soviet Union dissolved. He managed the Cold War's peaceful end with notable restraint and diplomacy. He built a coalition of 34 nations to expel Saddam Hussein from Kuwait in the Gulf War, a swift and successful mission praised for its international unity. At home, he signed the Americans with Disabilities Act, a landmark civil rights law. He supported clean air legislation and environmental protections. And despite political pressure, he raised taxes, breaking his infamous "read my lips, no new taxes" campaign promise because he believed it was fiscally necessary. It cost him politically, but he did it anyway. By 1992, the country was in a recession. Voters felt economic pain, and Bush's patrician manner, once seen as dignity, now felt distant to struggling Americans. A young saxophone-playing governor from Arkansas named Bill Clinton captured the public's imagination. Bush lost re-election. He was heartbroken, quietly devastated, but as always, he showed grace. In a handwritten letter to Clinton on Inauguration Day, he wrote, "Your success now is our country's success. I am rooting hard for you." It was one of the classiest, most gracious moments in presidential history. After leaving office, George H.W. Bush never complained. He faded from the spotlight, focusing on charity work, family, and legacy. He famously skydived at age 90. He teamed up with former rival Bill Clinton to raise funds for disaster relief, showing the world what post-partisan decency looked like. He wrote letters, wore quirky socks, told dad jokes, and held Barbara's hand through every season. In 2018, after Barbara's death, George seemed to dim. He passed away on November 30th, 2018, at the age of 94. His funeral brought together presidents, political foes, and old friends, all united by their respect for a man who led with heart. George H.W. Bush's legacy is often overshadowed by the louder, flashier men who came before and after. But in the soft light of hindsight, he shines. A war hero who never bragged. A president who chose principle over popularity. A man who believed in service before, during, and long after power. He didn't preach greatness, he practiced decency, and perhaps that is what history needs most of all. Bill Clinton, the charmer-in-chief. He was born William Jefferson Blythe III on August 19th, 1946, in Hope, Arkansas. A fitting name for a boy who would spend his life chasing that very thing. His father, a traveling salesman, died in a car crash before Bill was even born. His mother, Virginia, remarried a car dealer named Roger Clinton, and young Bill eventually took his stepfather's last name. But home was not always happy. Roger was an alcoholic and abusive. Bill learned to mediate tension, to make peace, to charm his way through stormy dinners. It wasn't just survival. It was the training ground for a lifetime of diplomacy, persuasion, and performance. But make no mistake, beneath the easy smile was an unbelievable mind. He was curious, a voracious reader, a budding policy nerd. In a state where ambition often stayed small, he had the gift of words, the steel of ambition, and a sense that he was meant to do something enormous. Clinton's rise was a blend of genius and tenacity. He excelled in high school, played saxophone in the band, and even met President John F. Kennedy in the White House Rose Garden during a Boys Nation trip to D.C. in 1963. A photo from that day shows Clinton beaming, and somewhere in that moment, a seed was planted. He attended Georgetown University, then won a Rhodes Scholarship to Oxford University, where he studied and avoided the Vietnam draft, a decision that would shadow him for years. After Oxford came Yale Law School, where he met Hillary Rodham, a fierce, brilliant, no-nonsense woman with steel in her spine. He adored her mind, she adored his heart. They became partners in love and politics, and their relationship would go on to shape modern American history. After law school, the Clintons moved to Fayetteville, Arkansas, where Bill taught law and began his political ascent. He lost his first race for Congress, but learned fast. In 1976, he was elected Attorney General of Arkansas. 2 years later, he became governor of Arkansas at just 32 years old, the youngest governor in America. Youth has its challenges. After one term, voters ousted him over unpopular taxes and mishandled policies. His response? He went back to work, listened more, talked less, and in 1982, he returned to the governor's mansion older, wiser, and ready. He served 10 years total as Arkansas governor, building a reputation for economic modernization, education reform, and of course, speeches that could bring a room to its feet. Then, he set his eyes on Washington. In 1992, Clinton ran for President of the United States. The country was in a mild recession. President George H.W. Bush, fresh off a war victory, seemed unbeatable until the economy soured and a charismatic young Southern Democrat entered the race. Clinton was relatable, brilliant, endlessly energetic. He talked about growing up in a place where people work hard and play by the rules. He played saxophone on late-night TV. He jogged. He loved fast food and policy papers in equal measure. And he survived scandal, accusations of affairs, draft controversies, and more. He earned the nickname the Comeback Kid. He picked Al Gore, a fellow Southern moderate, as his running mate, and in November 1992, Bill Clinton defeated Bush, becoming the 42nd president at just 46 years old. Clinton's presidency began with a clear focus: the economy. He inherited a deficit and sluggish growth. His policies included raising taxes on the wealthy, expanding the earned income tax credit, reforming welfare, and investing in technology, education, and job training. And, shockingly to critics, it worked. The economy soared. Unemployment fell. Wages rose. The government ran budget surpluses by the late 1990s. The 1990s became an economic boom era fueled by the tech explosion, globalization, and, yes, some very lucky timing. Clinton also signed NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, which linked US, Mexican, and Canadian economies, a move loved by business and loathed by labor. And yet, he kept winning. Clinton's foreign policy was a mix of restraint and engagement. He sent troops to Bosnia to stop genocide. He helped broker peace in Northern Ireland. He brought together Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat for the Oslo Accords, a major, if fragile, step toward Middle East peace. He struggled to define America's role in Rwanda, where genocide unfolded and the US largely stood back. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton, the First Lady, redefined the role entirely. She championed healthcare reform, chaired task forces, and faced enormous backlash for her visibility and influence. In 1994, her healthcare plan failed, but she remained one of the most prominent women in American politics and one of the most controversial. Bill Clinton was a gifted politician, but his personal flaws, particularly with women, never stopped following him. In 1998, news broke of an affair with Monica Lewinsky, a 22-year-old White House intern. Clinton denied it under oath. The evidence said otherwise. He was impeached by the House of Representatives for perjury and obstruction of justice, only the second president in history to face impeachment. The Senate acquitted him, and he stayed in office. His approval ratings remained sky high. The economy was booming, and many Americans saw the scandal as a personal matter. Still, the damage to his legacy was real and enduring. Hillary stood by him publicly, but their marriage was deeply tested. In 2000, Clinton left office with one of the highest exit approval ratings of any modern president. He went on to found the Clinton Foundation, promoting global health, economic development, and education. He gave speeches, wrote books, and remained a major political force. Hillary was elected to the U.S. Senate, then became Secretary of State, then the first woman nominated for president by a major party. The Clintons became a dynasty, admired, criticized, complex, and enduring. Bill Clinton's legacy is one of paradox. A progressive reformer who embraced centrist policies, a policy genius undone by personal weakness, a man who helped lift millions yet couldn't outrun his own demons. He governed during peace and prosperity. He inspired millions. He frustrated many. But above all, he mattered. George W. Bush, the resolute rancher. George Walker Bush was born on July 6, 1946 in New Haven, Connecticut, but his soul was pure Texas. He was the first child of George H.W. Bush and Barbara Pierce Bush, a future president and First Lady. The Bush family name was already heavy with expectations, but little W, as they pronounced it in Texas, was more mischief than majesty. He grew up in Midland and Houston, chasing baseballs, skipping stones, and mimicking accents. His younger brother Jeb was the more serious student. George Jr. was charming, funny, and loved making people laugh. But he struggled academically, and he carried grief. In 1953, when George was just 7, his younger sister Robin died of leukemia. Her absence haunted the Bush family. It made little George grow up fast, and then rebel even faster. George W. Bush went to Yale University like his father, but he didn't shine there. He was a gentleman's C student, a frat boy who partied hard, told great stories, and coasted on charisma. Later, he earned a Harvard MBA, making him the only US president with that degree. But in between those milestones were what he later called his young and irresponsible years. He drank too much and drifted from job to job, oil, baseball, politics. He was restless, funny, likeable, but not focused. Then, in 1977, he met Laura Welch, a quiet, thoughtful librarian. She was everything he wasn't. Introverted, measured, gentle. They married 3 months after their first date, and slowly George changed. In 1986, after years of soul-searching and one particularly dusty morning jog, he gave up alcohol completely. He became a born-again Christian, began reading the Bible deeply, and found the faith that would shape the rest of his life. He was no longer just the son of a president. He was preparing to become his own man. In 1994, George W. Bush ran for governor of Texas against the incumbent, Ann Richards, a sharp-witted Democrat with a national profile. No one thought he'd win, but he ran a smart, positive, focused campaign, and he won. As governor, he was pragmatic. He reached across the aisle, pushed education reform, cut taxes, and emphasized personal responsibility. He made allies of Democrats. He didn't pick fights, he got things done. Soon, Republicans began to see something else. He wasn't just a Bush, he was a candidate. In 2000, George W. Bush ran for president, promising to bring compassionate conservatism to Washington, a mix of traditional values and softer social policy. He ran against Al Gore, vice president under Clinton, in one of the closest and most controversial elections in U.S. history. The fate of the presidency came down to Florida, where the margin was razor thin. After recounts, lawsuits and ballot drama, remember those hanging chads, the Supreme Court halted the recount. Bush won the Electoral College, but lost the popular vote and entered the White House under a cloud of uncertainty. He planned to focus on education, tax cuts, and restoring civility. On the morning of September 11, 2001, George W. Bush was reading to school children in Florida when the world changed. Terrorists hijacked 4 planes. 2 struck the World Trade Center. 1 hit the Pentagon. Another crashed in Pennsylvania after passengers fought back. Nearly 3,000 lives were lost. The nation grieved. The world wept. And George W. Bush found his voice. Standing atop rubble at Ground Zero, with a megaphone in hand, he shouted to rescue workers, "I can hear you!" The rest of the world hears you. It was the beginning of a presidency defined by war, resilience, and hard decisions. In the wake of September 11th, Bush launched the War on Terror. He created the Department of Homeland Security, signed the Patriot Act, expanding surveillance to detect terrorism, and led the invasion of Afghanistan targeting Osama bin Laden and the Taliban. Then, in 2003, came the most controversial move of his presidency, the invasion of Iraq. Believing Saddam Hussein possessed weapons of mass destruction, Bush declared war. Saddam was overthrown, but the weapons were never found. A long, bloody insurgency followed. Thousands of American and Iraqi lives were lost. Critics called it a war of choice. Supporters called it a necessary stand. Bush's popularity soared, then plummeted. Through it all, he remained firm, unshaken in his belief that freedom was worth fighting for. In 2004, Bush defeated John Kerry to win re-election, leaning heavily on national security and strong leadership. But his second term was turbulent. Hurricane Katrina devastated New Orleans. The federal response was slow, chaotic, and heavily criticized. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan dragged on. The financial crisis of 2008 hit in the final months of his presidency, shaking the economy to its core despite emergency bailouts to stem the collapse. Bush left office deeply unpopular, but handled the transition with grace, welcoming Barack Obama to the White House warmly, privately advising him, and publicly supporting a peaceful handover. After leaving office, George W. Bush vanished from politics for a while. He returned to Texas, picked up a paintbrush, and began painting veterans, world leaders, and even himself. He published books, opened the Bush Presidential Center, focused on wounded warriors, and slowly the country saw another side of him. Funny, gracious, honest, self-deprecating. He avoided criticizing successors until January 6, 2021, when he condemned the U.S. Capitol insurrection as un-American. He had become kind of elder statesman, flawed but wiser, a man who lived through fire and came out quieter and perhaps softer on the other side. George W. Bush remains one of the most polarizing figures in modern American history. To some, he defended the nation after its darkest hour. To others, he led the country into endless wars. But to all, he was human. Imperfect, resilient, and more complex than anyone gave him credit for,